Can be youth again. This evening, we have two wonderful presentations, very timely, as a matter of fact, based on what was discussed yesterday as well. Our first presentation this afternoon is on Fintech, and our moderator is one of our directors, Jarian Paul. So I'll don't want to steal Jarian's thunder. So Jarian, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dev, and welcome to everyone. Welcome to everyone. Thanks for joining us for this IGF, this TTIGF. A real pleasure to have you all here. I will be moderating this panel on fintech and navigating TNT's current fintech trends and talking a little bit about where things are currently at and where we see things going from here. And I'm joined by three panelists. Ms. Listra Lucio from the TTSEC. We also have Mr. Carlos Newton from the TTIFC, and also Wesley Juve, who has created some very interesting, unique, very forward-thinking products he will tell you about. And right now, I am actually in Barbados with Carlos Newton, who is right next to me. He'll come onto camera in a second, but we are going to sit on this side, be having this conversation from Barbados while being here virtually with you all as well. And to kick things off, I would just like if each panelist could just give a short 2-minute introduction about yourself, and then we'll get into some questions and a bit of a discussion about how fintech is in Trinidad and Tobago now and where we see it going. Let's start with you, Wesley. Do you want to start us off?
Okay, cool. Hi. Thanks, Jarian, for introducing me, and thanks for having me here with all these esteemed panelists. So, yeah, I can give a bit of an introduction of myself. So, I'm Wesley, and I've been traveling the world for the past 6 years or so. Most of that was focusing on blockchain research online, while in the real world exploring different parts of countries and cultures, as the case may be. I built within the past 2 years, I co-built with another partner from India, a stablecoin protocol called Go Stables. And essentially, it leverages DeFi technologies that exist on the Tron blockchain to enable sustainable yield generation. And we had entered a hackathon in 2021. Was it 22? 22, yeah, which we won. And in last year, 2023, we also entered an extension of it called Sorrel Bank, which was supposed to be a proof of concept bank that would enable stablecoin transfers between potential users. It was essentially a proof of concept that we wanted to show that it's possible, or rather what is possible when it comes to stablecoins within the Caribbean and where things could be heading in the future. So yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. And Carlos is actually going to jump on a separate screen, but if we may, Listra, if you'd be willing to go next, and then we'll have Carlos.
Sure. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And it is really a pleasure being on this panel just because of the range of experience of everyone. And after Wesley said what he said there, I wonder what it is I could really say in that, he has actually been out there in the midst of everything. I, on the other hand, I am Listra Lucio. I am the Deputy CEO of the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission. And so in other words, we're the regulator of the securities industry, anything that has to do with investments in any way. So when you're looking at stocks, shares, bonds, anything along those lines. And if it is that we have to put it in context of fintech, it will be things like crypto assets or even cryptocurrencies, anything that has to do with investments per se. So robo advisors, and so it's the regulation of the products and also the services and service providers themselves. So that's generally what we would be doing. We have we work with other regulators, because remember the way how fintech could be, it could, according to how you use it, it could be almost considered a currency in some states and some senses. And then on the other hand, it might be considered an asset, because you're trading it and all of that. So because of the fact that it goes through this whole spectrum, you have different regulators like the central bank or the FIU, the Financial Intelligence Unit, working together to be able to regulate fintech. So just a quick overview of what I do and where I sit on this. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Lystra, and let's have Carlos as well. Oh, yeah. Apologies. Carlos, if you don't mind, we'll actually just use my mic, but Carlos will speak. Go ahead.
Oh, your mic was off.
Yeah, my apologies.
Sorry. Yeah, so as I was saying, it is good to pivot off of those two introductions from Lystra and Wesley. So what I do, my role at the TTIFC or at One Fintech Avenue, is that Chief Fintech Officer who is responsible for helping fintechs navigate the landscape, helping them to work with the regulators, assisting them through accelerator programs, assisting them with the pitches to tentative VC investors and these different things. So my role there is to ensure that here's what fintechs have the support that they need to really thrive in the ecosystem and to build out the product. And maybe one day have that next unicorn in the fintech ecosystem coming out of One Fintech Avenue.
Thank you, Carlos. And then just to also introduce myself a little bit as well. And I feel we have a very nice mix of persons here. But I am, aside from my role as a director on the TTMAG, I am also a fintech entrepreneur myself, and operating mainly in Trinidad and Tobago with expansion plans into the United States and other Caribbean islands. And so I think we have a nice mix of people here to get into the discussion about fintech and fintech in Trinidad and Tobago in particular. And just so that everyone is aware, like I said, Carlos and I are in Barbados right now. I actually just did a pitch contest for my fintech startup, and very soon, in a couple of minutes, I may actually be called just for 2 minutes, 5 minutes. So actually, if I receive a prize for my pitch, I may run away for a second while the discussion continues. I'll run right back, but I'm sure you will keep the discussion going. But to get us started, what is fintech exactly? And I think that question probably, Carlos, you probably would be, I think, in a really good position to answer that. But let's get into a discussion around, well, what is fintech exactly? And we'll keep the questions rolling as we go along. So no need to spend too much time on any one question. Let's see how fruitful we can make this discussion over the next couple minutes.
For us, we understand what fintech is, but I think in the landscape, we have to start trying to demystify what this word really means. And fintech is just simply taking two words, putting them together to make one, which is exactly what it is. it stands for financial technology, and it's a broad term that really encompasses a tech tool or some sort of innovation that actually automates financial services. So it's like an intersection. So we're in the carnival season. So when you say band meet band, right, on the junction, that old Calypso song. So it's just like technology, innovation, trying to really automate a financial service. So that is what it is. It's finance and cutting edge tech to revolutionize the way we actually use finance and do finance. So it focuses on user experience, leveraging various technologies, AI, and these different things to really help a financial institution navigate the landscape. So if we look at it, I can use like mobile banking as one example of a fintech. Robo-advisory might be another. Online loan platforms, cryptocurrency exchanges. We had Coinbase, we have Gemini, blockchain-based technologies such as Ripple and Stellar, and these different things that are technologies that help the financial ecosystem.
Got it. Understood. And that's a good way to segue into this next question, which I will pose to you, Listro. As you are sitting in a very particular seat within the ecosystem, I would ask you, well, where are we really at with fintech in Trinidad and Tobago today, from your perspective? Like, what is the lay of the land as you see it?
All right. So when you're looking at the lay of the land, you have to consider the different aspects of it. What do we have in terms of regulation? And what are we seeing coming up from like the market and entrepreneurs? So, sometimes one actually provokes the other. And I think in this case, it's the market provoking the regulators and the government to do what you need to get done. So in the market, right now, we have things called e-money issuers, right? That's within Trinidad and Tobago's local scene. We have a robo-advisor. We have things like regulatory tech. All right, so reg tech type thing. And I would say some aspects of other types of fintechs, like what Carlos would have mentioned before, it's just technology being used in finance in some form. But when we're talking about what you're seeing currently, as in why it is you have this whole set of international acclaim about fintech, these are some of the things, the e-money issuers, the robo-advisors, RegTech that we are seeing here, more or less. From the regulator standpoint, the fact that you can actually have some of these things here mean that there's some sort of regulation in place for it. So for the e-money issuers, you had the central bank come out with a whole legislation associated with that, right? And so it gives guidance as to if it is you want to go in the field. And also it gives credibility, because if the regulator puts something in place and persons are adherent to it and they go out there with their business, you would find that the public would actually, want to participate because they feel a little bit more secured in that way. Now, is that, I think, sufficient for us at this point? I don't think so. I think that it's so much more that needs to be done that we can actually expand on to be able to leverage some of the other type of fintech that are available that we are not seeing within the environment itself, right? But strangely, and I should really say it more like that we should note that within the rest of the region, you do have some fintechs that actually set up in some of those places, like where you are right now in Barbados, all right, which is you wouldn't probably see happening in Trinidad. And it's not for anything else, but probably there's no regulation really to guide persons in terms of setting up. So that's my view on the lay of the land.
Thank you so much for that, Listro. And I just want to pose a question to you, Wesley, in terms of what you do. And I know you've been out of Trinidad and Tobago, traveling the world, basically in a totally different, let's say, financial realm from us in Trinidad and Tobago. And that's why I think it's so important to have you in this conversation. But how do you relate to the word fintech yourself, exploring technologies that may almost push the bounds of fintech?
Well, I see fintech as more of a tool that can basically develop disruptive solutions. Disruptive, while it may sound as pretty strong of a word, I say that from the perspective of observing different countries over the years. When blockchain technology first came out, they were now competing with the existing fintech of that time within, let's say, Europe or Asia, because in those regions, most people use their mobile phones to be able to make payments. It's pretty easy and to sign up and use. And then when blockchain technologies came about, it started in different waves throughout the different regions that took fintech, or the understanding of fintech, to a whole other level. And that's where that disruptive type of concept I'm saying would really have started off, because now you don't technically need a particular business to now facilitate the transactional interaction between users. Now you can just use the bare technology itself. And anyone that happens to be an innovator or a programmer or someone with an idea could simply now build a front end or a user experience for a user to now interact with systems like that. And that now enabled people to do transactions, not just within their region that a particular fintech app might support, but now you can do it internationally, where now almost every country, there are people that would accept or use or trade cryptocurrencies or stable coins, as the case may be. And yeah, that's where the disruptive part comes in. So from where it grew from the seemingly siloed areas of fintech apps or services within specific countries or regions, now it's become a global system connected by blockchain technology.
Thank you for sharing that and really expanding that definition of fintech in a sense, and showing just maybe not just pushing the bounds, but almost getting even more core into it, because you're saying the technology itself, the finance is really in the technology itself in a way that is very, very new. We haven't really seen that before. And I really want to segue just back to Trinidad for a bit and just talk about, well, what are we doing really well in terms of fintech growth at the moment on one hand, and then on the other hand, what are the main blockers and challenges for more fintech success in Trinidad and Tobago? And I'll leave that open to anyone to say, but Lystra and Carlos, I'm thinking of you all when I ask those questions.
I'll go first. So what are we really doing well in the ecosystem? Well, first thing is that we, one, have a state entity through government who is mandated to really build out the fintech sector in Trinidad and Tobago. So that's the first thing. Then we have initiatives by government to support fintechs, may it be through grants, may it be through different types of incentives that they can access from the government. So we have that. Then we have the launch of the first of its kind in the Caribbean, which is a fintech center. So we have the Caribbean's first fintech center launched July last year of 2023. And now through that actual center, fintechs now have the ability to access a location where they can come, collaborate, get advice, even in some cases meet with the regulators. Regulators are playing a key role right now. I can say it's better than it used to be in the past. We now have real engagement from the regulators as it relates to fintech within the system. So then we have a co-working space that actual fintechs can come and actually sit, develop. Within the near future, they can actually store their development, where we are going to be partnering with Google, Amazon, and data centers to really give them that ability to say, here's what I now have access to somewhere that I can store, because storage can become pretty expensive for upcoming fintech. We have the accelerator programs. We have mentorship programs coming over the next couple of months. We're going to have where fintechs can come to One Fintech Avenue and say, here's what, sit and learn how to prepare their pitches, prepare their pitch decks, how to speak, So we have those type of programs. So this is what is happening well in the ecosystem. And we also have persons are growing tech talent in the space. When coming up to Barbados on the flight, I was surprised to see an entire flight, and I lie to you not, the entire plane was fintechs, all from Trinidad. And that showed that the ecosystem is thriving, that we have fintechs in the ecosystem, and there's a lot that is going on, and fintechs are now coming out and saying that there's opportunities for them. So those are the things that are happening for us and currently happening in the system.
That sounds really good. And before I if it's okay, Lishra, if I could ask you to speak on some of the drawbacks or some of the challenges and the hurdles that we're facing. I just what was I about to say actually? Maybe I'll have you go first, and I'll remember what I was about to say in the meanwhile.
I think you're too excited about getting a call right now, you know? So, so generally, definitely agree with Carlos. And I would want to add one other thing. I think it's the regulators are working together, right? And which is a key aspect of this, just because of how fintechs could be. The blockages or the challenges, I would say more in terms of the legislative process it takes, you know, so the regulators may want to do certain things, but it's a while to get these things really in legislation, as well as I think generally there is a lack of real understanding and adequate training, right, for certain types of, you know, especially like policymakers and all of that. And you need to have more interaction with the market itself to be able to understand certain aspects. So, you know, from a regulatory standpoint, we would say, all right, you know, we're looking at monitoring, surveillance, we're looking at your privacy, or how are you reporting to persons, all of these things, because everything that we look at, it will come to investor protection, right? But on the other hand, and this is a blocker as well, is that the innovators are innovators, meaning that they are on creating something, putting it out there. And what we have seen is that many times they may not also understand the risk involved and put things in place to be able to mitigate for these risks, right? And I would want to say one last blocker, I would say challenge in the environment is strangely public acceptance for some of these things. Because even though we may have quite a number of it, you know, like Wesley said, you know, everybody doing everything on their phones, right? In Europe, but guess what? Are we seeing something like that happening in the country at this point? I wouldn't really say so. And even we could see that from the uptake of certain things that actually went out there. So I do think that, you know, these are certain aspects. Maybe it might require education of the public itself, you know, persons having a better understanding. It's just that these are things that I think that if it is that we don't address them, it will really kind of, you know, curtail some of the growth that we might want to see in the area.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So then I remember what I was going to say, and it was around this conference that Carlos and I are at. I've been asking people, how's the conference going? How are things going? What do you think? And something that kept coming back is that people wanted to hear about more success stories. They wanted to hear more from the entrepreneurs. Well, how did you do it? What exactly happened? What were your challenges? How did you overcome X, Y, or Z? And based on what Carlos had said right before, it seems that we are, and also based on the challenges that you laid out, Lishra, it seems that we are maybe getting that fertile ground together. We're sort of like at that soil level, just trying to get the ground fertile enough where more of these success stories can start to come out of Trinidad and Tobago, which I think will take things to another level, right? So my next question is really for you, Wesley. Where do you think we go from here? What really comes? I had the original question as what comes after fintech, but what did you see that you think we should be doing more of here in Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, interestingly enough, after coming back to Trinidad a couple of months and just observing, how things were going on quietly, I see that there's been so much progress since the last time I was here. And to me, I think we're doing quite a bit here in Trinidad, seeing Listra and Carlos and their organizations working together. And, there's different discussions, like I was there online for a recent panel with the central bank, where Listra was also there. And, everyone that was on that panel, they seem quite interested in being able to take things forward. And that to me felt pretty good. And everyone said, yeah, education is needed. That seemed to be like the key driving word of that session. And I totally understand that because, sometimes even for me in blockchain, I'm like, wow, there's so much I still don't know. There's things moving pretty fast, right? So it's like, at what stage do we get like a base knowledge to then work from? At the same time, being able to disseminate that effectively to the public. So when it comes to really answering that, what comes after fintech, or how do we, go from there? What is being done right now? It's a great step, and the next aspect of that is doing more of that. Keep doing it. With every repetition, you get better in every bit of the steps that we take. And I think, yeah, that's the simplest way I could put it without, getting into, all these fancy technologies we could possibly use.
Wesley, just 1 second. They're calling me, so I'm going to let you all continue. Carlos has questions. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. Nice. So, I could get into like other stuff of possible technologies that we could possibly move into, but I don't think a lot of that will necessarily make quite sense until we see the existing systems that people are doing really getting out there and, going tandem hand in hand with the TTIGF and SEC as well, being able to support and show that, hey, we're all working together to make things go forward within country, enabling technologies and also providing education as well, or facilitating such.
So
So I'm wondering whether we should wait or should I continue just talking about some other stuff in DeFi space. What would you all like?
we can go to the question.
Yeah.
All right, so are you hearing me? Yeah, so we can go to the other questions on it, and I would go to Listra and asking, okay, as we on fintech, what success could you tell us in your space that you're seeing as it relates to fintech or a fintech coming into the landscape, and how are they going to, what problem statement that fintech may be answering?
All right. So successful fintechs, I would say the e-money issuers that we're seeing in the space, right? And the use of it. So you're seeing an uptick in the use of the e-money issuer platforms, right? So in other words, people are I think that is, I don't want to identify a specific fintech and why, just because I'm a regulator, I wouldn't be able to do that. So, but I'm just saying that this is what we've seen, that with the e-money issuers, definitely. And I guess because, it's become more prevalent, we have like 4 e-money issuers right now in the country or something like that. And I think persons are starting to get more accustomed to it. And secondly, I would say that, a big success is the regulatory innovation hub. So the fact that, we had the central bank, the FIU and the SEC come together. And if anybody in the fintech area has a question or they want to engage with the regulators directly, this is the way you do it, through the innovation hub, right? And coming out of the innovation hub, what a success that we were able to do is identify where you have areas that need to be focused on. And that's when we started to get the IFC involved, right? And kind of asked you all to come into the situation and assist, it because of the fact that what we were seeing, what was being brought to us. So in terms of success, I would say that generally that's what we're seeing. I would say though that there might be other areas, but it's just that it hasn't been fully developed as yet or fully utilized in that way, because you're looking at things that could lead to more financial inclusion and, that type of thing. So hence in that way, I would say that the EMIs and the Innovation Hub.
Well, I could speak to success because again, we can now show success. All right. I know you guys can't see it. Right. So Jarian won first place winner in the fintech pitch. So congratulations to him. So these are things that are happening in the ecosystem. Knowing I can say coming through One Fintech Avenue and through TTIGF, we can say we now have or how the words can't even come to a mouth. But we now have someone that can speak or attest what we do and what we're trying to do at One Fintech Avenue. So this is one case right here in front of us of what is taking place. So congratulations, and you can now.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for giving me that time to run away. Yeah, it's definitely a great feeling. I have been an entrepreneur for 17 years, believe it or not. When I started at 10 years old, and I didn't expect to get into the fintech space, but this is a space that is really important and has the potential to change a lot of lives. So I'm happy to get this recognition and have this moment. And I'm also happy to see the collaboration that's actually taken place, which I think is going to help more people from Trinidad and Tobago and eventually the region get to these places and be able to go further than this. So yeah, I just like a little bit out of breath. I just did a full sprint. So yeah, thank you very much. So I guess what was the last question? What did we just speak on?
So we just asked about what are some of the successes in the fintech ecosystem. Right.
One fintech success you're happy to report out of Trinidad and Tobago. So I will take that one. I'll do that. And actually, I mean, this next question, anyone can feel free to answer, but what is the role of the entrepreneur in the development of fintech locally? And I mean, this part of the question, what is the role of the regulator, is more for you, Lystra. And where do these two groups most misunderstand each other? How can they truly work together?
Well, I could answer, I guess, from the perspective of the entrepreneur or innovator. When we or they are usually focusing on building a product or service, it's usually just to solve some sort of basic need. And sometimes that may not always cover all the bases when it comes to like consumer protection or even data security. When it comes to users' data, how is that stored? And as you expand, sometimes it may not always encompass, let's say, factors that the FIU, for instance, might be looking for to prevent instances of money laundering or other types of criminal activities dealing with finances. So there's one side of the entrepreneur, gunning forward to try and like create some little tech that creates something or provide some value for others, but also for themselves. But there's also, those little issues that might be at the side, and that's where regulators come in. And that's where I'll like hand it off to that other section.
All right. Sorry, I don't know if you all are hearing me or not.
Okay, it actually dropped off right afterward. We're hearing you for a second there, but let's see. Not just yet, still not hearing. Yeah, not yet, still no. But you can go ahead and try to fix that mic situation. You could just keep speaking, and as soon as we hear you speak, we'll take in your feedback. I could also probably add on to what Wesley was saying as an entrepreneur myself. And I would say that as an entrepreneur, sometimes, especially in a region, in a country where we don't necessarily have so many examples of success stories, successful exits, we see things, but we haven't had those kinds of successes that really impact or change the market in a drastic way. I think sometimes we could be a bit soft-spoken, and it's more around, well, am I doing something wrong? Am I doing something wrong? We want to tick every box or dot every I, cross every T immediately, when in reality, without us innovating and going out there and talking to customers and figuring out where the problems lie and trying to solve the problems, then in my mind, it kind of takes away from the work of the regulator as well, or it almost forces the regulator to take on a different kind of position in terms of maybe doing some of our work for us. So I think that the entrepreneur, our role is really to kind of step up and say, no, look, I am a legitimate person. This is a legitimate business. I may not know everything, but here's this problem. So may you help me? Can I bring this to you? Can I not feel afraid to come to a regulator? Because I think a lot of entrepreneurs think, oh, well, the regulator is just going to stop me. The regulator is just going to shut me down because they're not going to understand and X, Y, Z. But did you talk to the regulator? Do you know that for sure? What can you show the regulator? So I think that's an important thing that us as entrepreneurs have to keep in mind, because our role is to solve those problems. And I don't know if we have, let's show your mic back yet.
Yeah. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we are. Okay, so you can jump in.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. So what it is, the role of like the regulator and the misunderstandings, right? The regulator is really there, we have a motto here at the SEC, you invest, we protect, everyone benefits, right? The regulator is really about that. It's about the protection, about putting the different things in place, the monitoring, the surveillance, the compliance to standards, being able to identify risk, and really working with the market to foster the development, as well as potential investors, investor education, and investor protection. So those are the things that we would look at in this, and in this space, it doesn't change. It's the same type of thing that we're doing. It's just that it's on steroids because of the fact that you have this whole aspect of this cybersecurity. And if you notice, like internationally, there's some regulators. Regulators are not technologists, they're getting into cybersecurity legislation and putting these things in place just because of the fact that you need to in order to, protect the investors, right? So where would the misunderstanding really come? Well, entrepreneurs focus on what they want to focus on, which is the development of the solution and all of that. And that's where their focus should be. But where you also have an aspect of, you are you're especially in fintech, you're dealing with persons' monies, especially, right? And in that case, you have to be careful, and you have a higher level of accountability and responsibility with that. Because one of the things is that with technology, and it took some time because we actually saw it. I mean, I worked in different parts of the financial sector, and I remember that, going to an island in the Caribbean, I wouldn't say where, right? And I was looking at ATM and realized that, it came down like 2:00 in the day, and it was going to be out of order, and nobody seemed to care about that, And then, I went into the bank and I said, hey, what's going on with this? And they said, well, nobody uses it because they don't trust it. And that is what was said. And that was amazing to me. And this is where regulators get involved, because you build trust in it. When people know that if it is that they see something on their phone and it says X amount is in it, right? Or they've transferred X amount, or whatever the situation would be, that there is somebody who has oversight of the people who are providing these types of services, that they would feel more comfortable getting involved. And that's why we were speaking about that whole investor education aspect of it. So how can the two work together, the regulators and the innovators? I would say that you've seen it internationally. You have to have these, public and private type of interactions and collaborations, right? Where you would have like a fintech sandbox, and that's from the regulator standpoint, and you're working with the persons to take the product through to see what it gives, as well as like advisory committees. Because as I said, the regulators may not have all the answers, and it'd be good to be working with the people who are actually in the space to get some guidance from them as to what did you all expect out of this? What do you want? How do we protect? How do we get the enhanced reporting requirements, etc.? Because you have all the ethics aspect of it as well. Who are these things being pitched to? Do people really understand before they really start to get into some of these things? The risk, the reward, because remember, I'm speaking from especially an investment aspect, right? Do people understand what they're getting into? And also, I would say in terms of working together for more agile regulation, how sometimes legislation and regulation could be just, quite in a box, just specific, and we have to make it a little bit broader and be able to work with the innovators. And of course, you could use things like the incubators, like what Carlos was speaking about, having incubators and, have persons assist in terms of development of legislation, so that we would be able to, use our limited resources all over, come together and, fulfill a large mandate.
Thanks for that, Lystra. I think you're seeing things that is kind of making something clear in my mind, which I don't think is necessarily clear in everyone's mind, but that you're basically putting a distinction between regulation and legislation. And I think that's just a really important point, because I think sometimes people think the regulator may be responsible for the entire gamut of this entire thing, when in reality, no, the regulator has a very specific mandate, and it's driven a lot by legislature. So that part of things I think is really good to highlight as well. And I mean, I just want to switch gears a little bit and come back to you, Wesley, one more time. And just can you walk us through a typical day in the life of a digital nomad? What excites or excited you about this lifestyle? And what were the main drawbacks? And my point in asking this question is, again, we are talking about navigating our current landscape towards the future, right? And I think you kind of lived in that future. It's like you went to the future and now you kind of came back. So I'm like, okay, I wonder what your perspective on that is. What was a typical day for you like? And what did you like about it? What did you not like about it? Or what were the challenges?
Well, I would say living in that quote-unquote future type of environment, my days were pretty simple, more or less. As much as I was doing a lot of stuff online, I tried to keep the real world as simple as possible. for peace of mind and all of that. So like, for instance, I would like wake up, maybe or maybe not exercise and or meditate. It depends on what I'm feeling for that day. And I'll spend a couple hours researching on whatever developments are taking place within blockchain, what may be taking place within that particular region I may happen to be staying. And other times I'll be analyzing cryptocurrency charts, because what I also do is the occasional trading. So I will look for trading opportunities, as the case may be. And outside of that, experimenting with different blockchain technologies, seeing what works. Some of them may have flaws, some of them may break. But yeah, you still have to experiment with it, and that helps in getting ideas. And yeah, after that type of like blockchain-based work, it's then time to disconnect a bit and enjoy the real world wherever that I am. Go and explore. Walk up into the mountains, or you come near the ocean, go by the beach and just chill. That's been basically that everyday thing. In terms of what excites me within that type of lifestyle, I would say there was a nice, great sense of freedom when it came to exploring and flexibility of schedule. Because in that context, I was not always working on any specific long-term project per se. I was mostly trading on my own and trying to come up with ideas like, hey, what could possibly work? And yeah, that gave me a certain sense of flexibility. So I didn't need to stick to a specific schedule. I had more time to explore in some cases. And yeah, that could segue into like the drawbacks, when you finally begin to focus on a particular thing, like in this case, stablecoin tech or more within blockchain projects within that scope to see, hey, what new could be built to, bring sustainable income, as the case may be. The drawback of that now is there could be social isolation, because now you're trying to like focus on work. And if you're now not in a place that you may be fully familiar with and you're focusing on work, you may tend to stay inside a bit more and focus on that rather than go out and exploring. And that becomes like a work-life balance type issue that, now need to work on essentially. Yeah, and that's what it's been like, it's been sunny, but it's also been rainy at times, that there's the ups and downs when you travel as a nomad and, you're working on something that few people within areas may be able to talk about, when it comes to like blockchain technologies, because everybody is still trying to like figure out different things. There's small pockets where people make progress, but you may not be near that pocket, as the case may be. And yeah, there's gaps in a decentralized system like that. That seems normal, so to speak, because not everyone knows everything, because now the knowledge is fragmented. And that's also something that is trying to be improved upon within that space, documentation. And well, now folks are using AI to now help them understand, hey, what's going on, to try and collate all of that information into something concise to say, hey, okay, well, this is what this means, this is how this integrates with that, as the case may be. Because yeah, now it's so much, the pace is moving so fast because different pockets of folks are building different things. But yeah, that's a day in the life with ups and downs, the excitements, and yeah, the drawbacks. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. I had a question I was going to ask, but I'm going to actually skip to one question that I really want to kind of get an answer from each of you. But what do you wish that people deeply understood about the work that you do in the local fintech space? So in Wesley, in your case, not necessarily local fintech space, but just in the work that you do towards the next financial wave. And I want to come back to what that really is. But more, I want you all to speak on what do you all wish people really understood about the work that you do in this fintech space or in this financial technology environment?
I will go first. As I said before, trying to demystify what technology is and trying for persons outside, the actual consumers, to understand that here's what, these things are here to help them. Most of the times you hear people speaking, you hear them saying, oh, no, I don't trust that. As Listra said just now, people don't trust the system. But again, it is because of education. So if we can get them to understand how important it is and how it's here to help them, and in some places, as we at TTIFC trying to really reduce financial exclusion, right? And have people more included in the financial ecosystem and show them the benefits, let them understand, okay, what's the benefits of financial technology? For me, those are the things I would want persons to understand on what we are trying to do, how we are trying to make our lives easier as we do business with government, as we do business in society and as a whole. I would want persons to understand that technology is safe. Yes, we have the cybersecurity, we understand that, but I always give the analogy of, is either they take it online or they take it from you at home. And I always say, best we take it online, and my life is not threatened, right? I'm not saying either one is good, but if you have to choose, taking it online, it's secure. You have insurance, banks have insurance, the fintechs are regulated, so they have to ensure that they can recover if you lose it in some cases. So to me, it's showing them how safe it is, how convenient it is, and how it makes their lives better. I would want persons to understand that from the perspective of what we're trying to do for them in the ecosystem.
Great.
Yeah, no, I would add further to that, but within the blockchain context, I mean, it's still going to take time, but it's important for people to understand that, well, in the blockchain space, there's one key thing. If you don't own your keys, then whatever you see in that wallet is not yours. That means someone else could potentially take it. So it's not your keys, not your coins. That is a key important factor that many people need to understand when they're embarking on anything related to blockchain technology. Fortunately, though, there has been a lot of progress when it comes to the usability of that. It's becoming simpler by now merging Web 2, which would be like you can log in with your Gmail or using your phone number as with an OTP as a way to now access your wallet, while the actual key is now encrypted and tied to those traditional credentials that you would know of. So yeah, I mean, it's understanding a bit of one's own personal security at the same time. As much as software can be safe, many of the vectors or attack vectors is actually persons when it comes to security in the financial space. So there might be like phishing emails, just being aware of things like that, where you don't want to have to click a link and accidentally log in with your credentials on the wrong site. And that's where a bit of educational understanding is gonna need to take place. And yeah, with work with the regulators, they're being there to show, hey, this is something that you can trust. And that goes, a long way forward, on both sides. That helps the consumer at the end of the day.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. I think Listra may have dropped off. I'm sure she'll be back in a second. And when she comes back, we'll hear from her on what she wants, which is that people deeply understood. And is she back?
Yeah, she's back.
Oh, she's back. Okay. Well, I'm sure she...
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I apologize for that. Are you all hearing me fine? Yeah?
Yes, hearing you fine. We don't see you on the main screen as well. So maybe... Yeah, maybe Demise, if you are able. Thank you so much. Okay.
So what would we want business to know? As regulators, we are here to protect, not impede. Because what happens is that persons, I even met someone recently, and this is a U.S. citizen, and they were talking about all the different things they're trying to do in the U.S. with fintech, and the SEC is keeping them back and it's stopping. I said, no, the SEC, they're trying to work with you all, and it's just that you're trying to protect persons, right? And I think that that is a misconception concerning regulators. Although people will say, well, we've come into you all and we had a discussion on this. Yeah, having a discussion is a first step, right? It's putting everything in place in order to take it to a different level altogether, right? So I would say that, I really would like persons to realize that, this is new to everyone as well. And even some people, when they come with their innovation, they themselves don't understand it. So even when they start to engage with us, they can't even articulate what it is that they really want to put out there. And, we can't go and rubber stamp something and put it to the public when you yourself can't even articulate it, and you can't even state that, how am I going to be taking care of certain things? So as a regulator, you'll see that we are always focused on protection and growing the market, fostering the development of the market as well. But we need to ensure that whatever is going to be placed out there, it actually covers all the bases. And that works for everybody because persons will be more, willing to participate in things when they see the regulator involved. So I would say that is what I would like persons to know about what we do as a regulator in this fintech space.
Okay, and I could see from each of your perspectives that all of those things are very important, and I hope that, I know this session is being recorded, but just for the participants who are here, that they especially heard those points, because it's clear that there's a lot that's actually going on in the fintech space in Trinidad on all fronts. And it's not that, I know sometimes people think, things happen really slowly in Trinidad, but at the same time, here are some people who are really doing the work to actually advance it. So I'm hoping that people are being able to take that in as well. And now I just wanted to basically ask the question, and it was an earlier question, but let me actually bring it in now. But as a nation, there's most people may be familiar with the concept of a leapfrog, where there's, and I could break it down simply as well as maybe certain development didn't happen in a country at a particular time for different factors, different reasons, but then a bunch of things come together that allow that country or that territory to then sort of jump over some existing infrastructure that was built out in another territory and actually go even further forward. And so that concept of the leapfrog, as a nation, how do we leapfrog to the edge of fintech and into the next financial wave? And I'm saying that I'm terming that next financial wave as what is on the edge of fintech. How do we really push the boundaries? How do we make sure that, we're not just applying solutions from other markets in this market, but that we actually are at the forefront of solving these problems and pushing fintech forward, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but even on a world stage, right? So how do we do that, right? As a nation, how do we leapfrog to the edge of fintech and into the next financial wave? And very curious, especially to hear from you, Carlos, and also you, Wesley, in particular, but you can chime in as well, Listra, if you have something to say on that as well. But what do you all think of that?
Close to start. Taking chances. We are very risk averse when it comes to finances. So what you find is that here is what we may be unable to leapfrog into the next revolution, and we'll always be a step or two steps behind because of not willing to take that risk and look at alternative technology to the way we usually do business. That is our current situation. So if we can find a solution, understand that failing is good, but if you're failing, fail fast, and then get back up and move with speed to recover, we can actually enter into that new revolution of fintech that is coming, the whole AI and different blockchains and different type of coins that come in, the different technology that is out there utilizing blockchain technology to push their product. Because I think what happens is a lot of times sorry, Listra, the regulators may hear blockchain and these different things, and they're very, like, okay, let's take a step back and try to understand. But understanding the actual technology is what they're using to really get or move us into that another revolution, right? And a lot, I know it's changed, but it was like that in the past. But understanding, we need to take chances. We need to give or say take calculated risk in order for us to really leapfrog and enter into that new revolution.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Carl said there. And well, further to that, aside from taking that risk, it's important to embrace and explore. And sometimes that takes time, time and inspiration. How do you get people inspired enough to explore those outer boundaries without even necessarily testing it out? And that is something that I think is key. And I guess it needs to be, a viral type of conversation that needs to, take place, something starting at the grassroots. If people saying, hey, did you know you can do this? Without necessarily asking someone for investment or requesting them to allocate funds or anything, but just showing them the possibility of what could be. And that in itself could be some form of catalyst that could spread like wildfire within people's minds. Not from the perspective of whether you trust to use it or not, but rather thinking, hey, if that is possible there, could something similar like that could be possible here? And then what else could be? Right. So, like, for instance, in the blockchain space, I'll try to reduce me saying the word blockchain for now. But when you have like systems that can be decentralized, right, it means that there's no single party that particularly controls it specifically. You can now disintermediate that. So now that gives the ability for the average consumer, once educated enough to a certain point, to even help make decisions or vote on, different changes within something. The idea of having that level of empowerment within people's minds that, hey, they could also have a say, a direct say, not from just a survey that gets collated, but an actual vote per se within a particular solution or app that could help change something that not only benefits them but benefits another, is something that could, how to put it could inspire thoughts of what could be possible within someone's mind, and that could help get those frog legs to then begin that leap. Because now it's not just the regulators or even the businesses, it's now the consumers themselves. Now all those three parties now have the capability, using decentralized type of technologies, to now work in tandem to help guide and make decisions. And that's where, the way that I like to put it, it's like wings, wings. So now you leapfrog, but you need to stay in the air after that, right? So it's like you leap to the air, but then you start grow wings, because now there's three sections, working in tandem together. The consumer population being able to now think of new ideas and, as Carlos said, take that risk, so to speak, and does not necessarily mean financial risk. It's just the risk to take some time to learn more, to explore more, to question and ideate more, and then using all of that in amalgamation with all these fintech hubs and the regulatory systems being there as, that guiding hand to ensure that everything is safe. When all of that is working together, we can get to some pretty cool stuff within the technology space. A lot of it exists in some form in other countries. You have like tokenization of real world assets. And if you can do that within a safe way, and that also has to come in with legislative type of policies in place to now enforce certain things, right? It's not just a technology aspect of it that enables the leapfrog, but also real world when it comes to legislation and regulatory frameworks that would guide how someone could create the means to be able to tokenize an asset, whether, let's say, it's real estate, so that now a user or a particular customer or group of customers could now have shared ownership of, let's say, a business complex and decide, hey, what would be the rental fees be for other businesses that may be inside there, rather than having a specific business entity controlling that can now be disseminated into the public, giving them more opportunities to have a say for what goes on within their community and how they could collectively monetize on that. Provide, decentralized lending solutions, for example, within that context, because then someone could use a tokenized asset as collateral to get a loan, which could potentially be much more efficient than a bank. It could be done within a few clicks. But to get to those few clicks, that's like flying in the air. You need that understanding of the process that gets one to that point. How do you develop that technology, make it stable enough, as the case may be, taking that risk to explore. Yeah.
Thanks, Wesley.
I just want to
yes.
That is that I think it really comes on, and I guess both Wesley and Carlos was kind of saying is that it's all hands on deck, right? So you have to have the government, the regulators, the market, and even the public, right? Having a common goal as to this is what we want to achieve, and this is where we want to get to, all right? Now, what does that mean is that sometimes, to have that impetus, what would give that impetus is sometimes it means disruption, and people need to become a little uncomfortable in the situation, because it's only when you become uncomfortable, it propels you to want to do more and achieve more, right? So I would say, though, that, you asked about what would make us different. It's using our strengths. What are some of the strengths in the local environment, right? If you look at it in terms of the use of cell phones, Trinidad is probably one of the highest in terms of penetration rates of cell phones in Trinidad and in the world, right? Because we have something like a usage rate of 136%, So basically what that says to you is that most people have more than one cell phone, right? If that is the case, and we have people using cell phones, then why not take advantage of something like that to leapfrog us into a different era and set a whole new standard when it comes to use of fintech, right? Because of the fact that we know what our strengths are. And then when you see it, like when we interact with investors, especially when we go there, we start to speak with some of the younger persons in society. They are, you have to understand, now the world is a global village. So they don't live just in the local sense. They live in like a kind of global, international sense in the way how they do certain things. So they are willing to take on other aspects. And I think that maybe that may be the driver to get us to leapfrog into a different level. But it really takes all hands working together, and you have a common goal and everybody working towards it.
Thank you for adding that, Alicia. I think that's a very good point as well. And I definitely would echo what you said about that younger generation. I always tell people, even though I'm a millennial, Gen Z is my favorite generation, because I don't know if y'all have met any Gen Z people, but they are not going to accept the world as it is right now. There's no way. They would rather see it fall to pieces and then they'll rebuild it back bit by bit. But there's no way that they're going to actually just take it piecemeal and take what they came into and move forward with it. So I think that's a really good point. And okay, I right before I want to give some time for questions. So I would just like, if everyone, just in one final question, if everyone could, and you can keep your answer fairly short so we could have a bit more time for questions. But what is your prediction for fintech growth in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean over the next 2 years?
All right, I will start. And in Trinidad and Tobago, I see more decentralized financing, right? Peer-to-peer lending apps, that type of thing, more financial inclusion products and accessibility to, in terms of finance.
and in the Caribbean generally, because we have so many nations in a geographically close area and with multiple currencies and all of those things. I think there might be a push towards like a digital Caribbean currency so that it will make it easier to be able to, because right now, think about it, in order to transfer some money to somebody in, let's say, Barbados or Jamaica, you have to kind of go out of the country to another intermediary and get them to transfer it over. And people talk about that and the length of time that takes, you know? So hence why, you know, generally, I'm thinking that it may be along those lines for the Caribbean.
Yeah. So the fintech landscape for Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean is gaining great momentum right now. It's actually, I think it's speeding like a high-speed train heading down a track, and that is key because of what Listra said just now. 136% mobile penetration in Trinidad and Tobago. Imagine what's that for the other Caribbean islands. So I'm seeing where that is happening, and then when we look at financial inclusion, which is a big part that everyone across the globe is looking at. How do we get persons financially included? And this is where you see fintech playing a bigger role and seeing that there are so many fintechs that are looking to take up the mantle and say, okay, we want to be part of this. That is also a key thing that is coming for us. Talent. So a lot of things that for me is shaping up to be well positioned. I would say by the end of 2024. I don't want to say 2025 and 26. So I'm saying at the end of 2024, I could see great things happening in the fintech ecosystem. Again, even looking at Sunshine and what you guys are going to be doing in the market is also great. Looking at the remittances part and all these different things. So I can see we are going to be well positioned worldwide as an actual up and coming fintech ecosystem. And I said the Caribbean. And I think someone asked just now if Trinidad is actually big enough to really survive as a fintech. And I also always tell fintechs, Trinidad should never be your goal, your end goal. Your goal should be the region. Anything you're doing, you start in Trinidad, but you try to get that product through the region, because whatever problems we have in Trinidad, I can guarantee you it exists in every single Caribbean island. So I would also push for the Caribbean. The Caribbean is your benchmark. And then here's what, from after you take advantage of the Caribbean, you can then go globally. So that's my take.
Yeah. In terms of like my predictions, I mean, I can't now repeat what you all said, right? So, I mean, the best thing that I would say here now would be a greater sense of interoperability. So, like, for instance, I mean, locally, you could probably transfer between banks, but you may not necessarily be able to do that between Caribbean countries that easily. But with decentralized systems, even though they could be on separate blockchains run by separate companies, there's now interoperability technology that could enable fast and easy settlement between those systems. So I see within the next 2 years, there will be a greater push towards interoperability, because that now helps improve some magnitudes of layers when it comes to efficiencies between many different businesses. So there'll be now a group of businesses now all collaborating together, and not just, you know, one business doing this, another business competing, doing something similar, but rather now they can now share those resources between each other. And when you have that, then everyone can now collectively innovate and now think of new things we could do collectively together, you know. Blockchain or decentralized systems and that nature, it's like a shared computer where everyone can now, you know, put files together and do things with them together. And yeah, that's where I see the next phase of things going within the Caribbean. It's so much that's already starting now.
Yeah, and I will just add to what you all said as well. I think over the next 2 years, I'm pretty sure everyone or a lot of people may be familiar with the term the PayPal mafia. And it was this group of entrepreneurs who basically went on to found LinkedIn and a bunch of different companies, but they all were at PayPal initially, right? I think in the next 2 years, and this is based on many of the entrepreneurs I'm meeting as I travel to some of these conferences, a lot of the entrepreneurs I met even at this conference, it really gives this sense that we are going to get our own version of that sort of PayPal mafia, but it's going to look like us. It's going to look like Caribbean people. I think it's not going to be as male dominated. I don't think it's going to be one ethnicity or two ethnicities. I think we're going to see that Caribbean, a bunch of very driven Caribbean founders who understand that the game is not at this stage and where we're at in our region. It's not about competition. It's really about, well, what are you doing and how could my thing interact with your thing and how could you solve that problem here and can this problem be solved over here? And this group of people, I think we're going to see who some of those players are over the next 2 years, or begin to start seeing who some of them are, and not just with fanfare, not just with, well, here's this name or here's this. And when you ask, well, what are you doing? It's like no specific answers, but no, with actual solid information and data. Here is what we did last year. Here's what we did last week. Here's how we improved this metric, that metric. I think we're going to see a lot more transparency in the market, because I think I'm starting to see more and more of these entrepreneurs taking up the mantle and doing some of the right things. So I just want to take a second to thank you all for all these answers and for your time. I'm not sure who exactly is in the audience, but I know it's persons who would have been interested in this discussion one way or another. So I just want to invite anyone who's in the audience to maybe send a question in. If there's something that you want to ask, you can type it in. Feel free to raise your hand. If you want to say something, we can and have you basically engage in that way. I believe we have that functionality turned on. So are there any questions for the esteemed panel? Or even comments? Maybe you learned something, maybe you didn't realize something, anything that you want to share. Maybe this means we did a good job.
We did a real good job. I was not going to say that. We did an excellent job. No questions?
This one, okay, let's see. Okay, so we have a question here from Ajmal Nazir, who is also a director of the TTMAG, and he asks a very important question here. Is the Trinidad market big enough, or should we look to harmonize across the region for scalability? And
I think I touched on that just now. Trinidad market is not big enough. And you look at 1.5 million people and compared to 44 million throughout the Caribbean, we have to say your goal as a fintech or anyone, the Caribbean should be your playground. The Caribbean is what you should be eyeing. And you start off with the smaller islands first. If you start in Trinidad, you go to St. Lucia, Antigua, Grenada. You go to those markets, then go into the saturated markets such as the Jamaica, the Barbados. Then you go into those markets. But Trinidad or any other island that you're starting on should just be your starting point. You should always strive for going to capturing the entire Caribbean. That is where fintech and financial technology will be best.
And just to piggyback on something that you said, or add a perspective as well, and also to point out that word that Ajmal used in terms of harmonize, that is definitely my word of this experience being around so many fintech persons here in Barbados. You're hearing a lot about harmonization. how are we going to bring these things together, all these systems, all these people, islands, whatever it may be. So I think that really is exactly what we should be looking at, how to harmonize, right? Yeah, I can't remember what else I was going to say, to be honest. But yeah, I was going to say, even in terms of starting in Trinidad and Tobago, or wherever you start, I would say that it's almost like playing the game. It's like you're playing a game, but you're playing the game on the hard, on, the beginning of the game, you could choose your difficulty. It's like you choose the highest difficulty and you just start playing the game, so it's like that. But for entrepreneurs, that should actually be exciting, encouraging, because the harder the problem, the bigger the opportunity, right? And I think that even though we are in the Caribbean and there are Caribbean islands around us, I think it's still important for entrepreneurs to identify, well, which Caribbean island will I go to next and why? And how is it taking me not just into the Caribbean, but out to the Caribbean? And am I going left to the United States? Am I going to Latin America? Am I trying to get to Europe? Am I going to Africa? I think really trying to strategize in checkpoints, which place next and why, is something that I think that entrepreneurs and Caribbean entrepreneurs need to think about, because I agree with Carlos. It can't just be Trinidad and Tobago. I would argue, depending on your ambition, maybe it not even just the Caribbean as well. We can compete on the world stage. We have the talent, we have the capability. It's just to dream big enough and go after it. Any more questions, or is everyone fully satisfied and will have great things to say about the panel and your experience, and tell a friend about the TTIGF and the work that we're doing to share and sensitize persons to internet governance issues and things in the market as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago? Well, if there are no further questions, I guess I could just ask if there's anything else that any of the panelists would like to say, closing remark, and then we can pass back over to one of my colleagues who will take us on to the next aspect of this program. How about we start with you, Wesley? Start with you again.
Yeah, well, in closing, thank you everyone for this opportunity. It has been quite a fruitful, interesting discussion, because it's not just about me being able to share stuff, it's also me being able to learn from everyone else, and seeing the vibrancy and feeling that vibe, even though it's over the internet. That gives me some inspiration, some motivation. Like, yeah, we're doing things, we're working together, we're getting there. So yeah, we just keep on with that. We get to that winged leapfrog we spoke about, right? Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, how about you, Estra?
All right. Well, it's always great being on these panels to hear the different views, and of course to beat up on the regulator sometimes. But we take it in stride. Darren, I really want to congratulate you on your win. That is a major accomplishment, and it was so great seeing it in real time with you. For you to achieve it. So congratulations on that. I want to say though that you have to understand, and what we do now, it builds the future for the rest of the citizens, or even the citizens right now, and how how our life will be, how a life in the environment will be. And everything that we do, we have to consider that aspect of it. So in building the future and setting the pace for the country, I would tell people, don't hold back too much. As Carlos said, you go in, you try, it might, and as Jarian said, you're playing on the hardest level, and that should give you some impetus. But the thing about it is that, guess what? Get up, go out there, do something, be a part of everything, all right? It is us setting a whole new environment. The way how things are now, it doesn't mean that that's the way it will stay. or it will always be. So we shape the future, and let us all, contribute in every way that we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Lester. Carlos.
Yeah, what I have to say is look forward to the new initiatives coming in 2024. Be part of it. There's going to be a lot of sensitization around financial inclusion, around fintech technology coming out of TTIFC, and the regulators themselves are starting to put stuff out there. So yeah, just look out for it, be part of it. The persons who may be listening this later on, don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of financial technology. Because if you look at way back when the banks first came out with cards, nobody wanted it. But here's what, everyone has a card now, right? Nobody wanted a bank account. Everyone has a bank account now. So just trust it. Trust the process. Everything takes time. And let's get to where we need to be and take our position in the financial technology world.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your time. Thanks for tuning in. And stay tuned for the rest of the TTIGF 2024. And for those who will be attending the mixer, have fun at that mixer. Carlos and I won't be able to make it this time, but we hope to see you all soon. So I'll just pass back over to, will it be to Demise, or who will actually pick up from here? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon again. We had a very interesting presentation by Jarian. And Jarian, I learned a lot about fintech. I wanted to post on the chat, but I wanted to say it here that it was my first expose into fintech, and it was a really very, very educational. And now there are some things that was mentioned there. There was some a common thread that came through this IGF. And we see, you want to say it's the best for last, but I hope everybody bright enough to be able to handle this topic, artificial intelligence. And we have some experts here. I let the the moderator, director at the TTMAG, and a director also at TTNIC, a very good friend of mine, Mr. George Gosine, to lead this discussion. George, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate your kind introduction. My name is George Gosine, and I'm a director with the TTMAG, and I'm very proud and happy today to be talking to you on a panel about artificial intelligence and the AI we want as a subset of our general overarching theme, the internet that we want. On today's discussion, I want to leave a couple of quotes with you because we will come back to those in questions as we go along. In January 2024, according to a new analysis by International Monetary Fund, artificial intelligence is set to affect nearly 60% of jobs in advanced economies and 40% in all other economies. This means it's coming. I'm no lover of Elon Musk, but in November 2023, Elon Musk said AI will create a future where no job is needed. AI will be able to do everything. That's a very interesting suggestion by him or a thesis by him. But do you realize that the AI that we are talking about today was first bandied about in the 1950s. That's when AI was made its form. And here we are today, number of years later, and a lot of people in this room or on the audience didn't hear about things like ChatGPT, LLMs, and all those things prior to last year. It was really activity going on in the background, and some of us have said, well, were you using artificial intelligence before? I said, no. Well, yes, you were. You were using things like smartphones. You were using things like Alexa and Siri and all those things. So all of those things are part of this bigger trust into artificial intelligence. And the only reason it came to the fore was because we now had faster computers, we had larger memories, and we had large data sets from which we could form a knowledge base from. The panel that we have assembled today is eminently qualified to talk to us about AI that we have today, and even more aptly competent to give us some idea of the AI we want, which is what the theme of this event is. I'm very happy, as I said, to introduce my panel to you. They have long resumes, and I'm not going to read out the whole thing. For those of you who want details, you can check on the IGF website, igf.tt, to get the details. Can someone tell me if Dr. Carson Charles is on? Sorry.
I'm on, George.
Good, great. Thanks a lot, Curtis.
Okay.
Our first panelist is Dr. Curtis Charles, who is Dean and Director of Academic Affairs at the University of the West Indies, Five Island campus. Actively oversees multiple schools, including the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence, the School of Business and Management, the School of Humanities and Education, and the School of Health and Behavioral Sciences. Dr. Charles holds an impressive academic degree with degrees from MIT, Harvard University, Morgan State University, and Northwestern University, complemented by professional certifications from Harvard and MIT in areas such as education management, big data, performance assessment, and machine learning. I could not read all of Dr. Charles's resume, but as I said, the rest is online. Our second presenter is Dr. Craig Ramlal, who was named an expert in artificial intelligence by the United Nations and currently serves on the United Nations Secretary General's high-level advisory body for AI. This body recommendations are crucial in enabling governments and corporations to properly react to the expanding world of artificial intelligence. He's the principal investigator of the Intelligence System Laboratory that led the Control Systems Group in the postgraduate studies and research coordinator at the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. He completed his PhD in Electrical and Computer Engineering through a split side program between the University of the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago, and King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Ramlal's research is primarily focused on control theory, artificial intelligence, and game theoretic systems. Our third panelist is Javed Sajjad. He's a technology lawyer and consultant from Trinidad and Tobago, working across the Caribbean, USA, United Kingdom, and Europe in artificial intelligence, regulation, and policy. He is certified in artificial intelligence policy and has researched with the Center of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Policy in Washington, D.C. During his 8 plus years tenure at the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago, he has developed cybersecurity legislation and amendments to the Data Protection Act. And that's a question I'll have for Dr. Javed actually about where that Data Protection Act is. He has served as a legal counsel in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and he has a Master's of Law degree from the University of Oslo, Norway. Welcome to the panel, and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so very much for joining us today. I started off this conversation about AI, and I'm going to ask you just to give a brief overview on your perspective of the conversation that we're about to have. How do you see the internet that we want, the AI that we want, and how is it all related to Trinidad, Tobago, and the wider Caribbean region? I'm going to ask Craig first. Craig?
Yes, working? Okay, thanks. All right, thanks. Very happy to be here. I think that the perspective I will have would be aligned to the United Nations High-Level Advisory Body. We wrote an interim report, and part of it has dealt with what developing nations would see. Especially we are a developing nation, we are a developing region, and so on. And so what we saw is that if developing nations are not part of the global AI landscape, what is going to happen is we'll have significant risks happening to us. The developed countries are the ones who produce these AI systems. So the developing nations will naturally become consumers of the technology rather than creators. When that happens, then we do not create any technology that is contextualized for our own purposes. And when that happens, we end up with low-skilled jobs because the labor market now shifts. We are not competitive again because most of the jobs will, the larger, not larger, but the more developed nations who are developing these technologies will become more economically viable, they will become more productive, and we would not be able to compete with them. So we end up with the lower skilled jobs, we end up with being a consumer mindset on this type of technology that is a transformative type of technology that impacts all sectors that we are dealing with. So I have wish lists of what I think that we should achieve, especially on the body I sit to represent the 33 nations, the Latin America, so the Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. And in the discussions with these nations, we do have things that we need to see. The problem is that all of us have different value systems. Not so much a problem, but we have to come together with a harmonized policy on how we would treat digital infrastructure and AI systems. And I guess I could go on more, but I would let my others.
I'm going to ask Dr. Charles to come in next. Dr. Charles.
Well, thank you, George. Thanks. First of all, thanks for inviting me to this panel and this event, and greetings to everyone that's there online as well as in present. You know, I was excited when I was asked to join this panel because the AI we want is a question that we asked in Antigua in 2021. I arrived in Antigua, and I was glad that one of my colleagues earlier talked about starting at the smaller islands, because I think that's where the incubation opportunities are. I arrived in Antigua to start the new UE campus in 2020. And as you read, we had a School of Business and Management, a School of Science, a School of Health and Behavioral Sciences, and a School of Humanities and Education. And I couldn't understand if we are preparing students for the future, and our university was born in 2019, which was the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, why would we have academic programs that were not in line with the fourth industrial revolution? So I came from IBM, I was at IBM, but I also came from Microsoft. When I joined UE, I was a data scientist there and a digital architect. And the reality is we were always looking for employees. So we got together with Dr. Gosine and some other esteemed colleagues throughout the Caribbean and the US. And we decided to plan a School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence. We thought it was a bold move to develop the next generation artificial intelligence. So in 2021, we were asking what internet and what type of AI we want to have in the Caribbean region, starting with the OUCS region. So that has blended into, in its third year right now, the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence, where we're developing students in IT, we're developing students in computer science, we're developing students in data science, we're developing students in artificial intelligence. But what we wanted to do was to start the work, because in order for us to get the AI we want, we have to be able to get and train the generation that we want to lead this revolution. So for us, it's about doing. And we are really happy to be the only school in the Caribbean that has a School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence that is designed to collaborate with ours. We are very much in line with the African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. So Dr. Gosine will tell you that he is on my speed dial. I can't tell you, and you know I don't, I'm a guy, but I will tell you that when I came to UE, I could not have had a better friend reach out to me every time I call. So I really want to give Dr. Gosine props for what he's doing with this organization and how he has helped Five Island and the School of Science, Computer, and Artificial Intelligence move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. Probably will have to think about putting Patrick on this panel next time. Javed, please give us your overview, and welcome again. Give us your overview on your perspective of the topic.
Thank you, George. Yeah, thank you, Curtis. I really love what's happening in the Caribbean. I love to see when advanced technologies, emerging technologies are adapted for the Caribbean landscape, and to see the great work that Craig is doing with the UN. You know, it's that body is right under the Secretary General. It plays an integral role to shape the future of artificial intelligence. You know, George, you mentioned in the opening of our session that, you know, AI has been around for a long time. It has. 2005 was when, you know, Siri was conceptualized. Then it went on to 2010 being an app. I think 16 was when Google Assistant came on board, and that is artificial intelligence. Thereof, we think, you know, what happens with the law and AI? Where is it at now? You know, we in the Caribbean are impacted by, we're in a special place where the US, the UK, and the EU, all the laws all affect what happens in the Caribbean. And the EU recently finished their trilogue with the European Union Artificial Intelligence Act. So that is coming into force. But when we consider what that law is going to do to the Caribbean, is it going to be so impactful? The Brussels effect is what they call it. Is it going to be so impactful that we have to adapt our laws like what we did to, what we will have to do for using personal data of European Union citizens? But we consider if we're building out artificial intelligence technology in the Caribbean, and if it impacts the European Union, then the act will then apply and how the technology affects European Union citizens. What is happening in the USA? The USA is, because of their system of law, there's a lot of proposals. There's no federal law insofar as I'm aware. But there is a lot of senators proposing laws. I was in DC in December for something called the Athens Roundtable, and there's senators proposing laws on deepfakes. And we talk about recent developments with deepfakes, and deepfakes is one of the major concerns. Even, I think it was yesterday or the day before, if you all are familiar with this person called Taylor Swift, there was a deepfake of her, and deepfake is creating pornography of these persons. And when we think about the law and holding each other accountable for these things, is it that we're going to bring a defamation claim against them? Or is it that there's deepfake law? Because senators were proposing in USA to have these laws because elections are coming. Elections are coming in many places. It's coming here in the Caribbean. It's coming here for Trinidad and Tobago. It's coming for the USA and in other parts of the world. And if we have deepfake technology existing, what is the law doing? When we think about our Caribbean context as well, remember we were born of the Commonwealth context as well. So we think about Canada, we think about Australia, New Zealand. In my practice of law, when we're doing, we follow case law from all these jurisdictions. And they set precedents in our courts as well, because they know that we follow them. And Australia had a consultation recently. They say, what do we have law that already exists that will assist us in the protection of whatever misfeasances may be caused by AI? And they said, do we still have to work towards that point? Canada is almost similar in nature in how they approach it. And they are not going to full out create like the EU did, the European Union, which is the Artificial Intelligence Act. So in monitoring these things, with the deep fakes as in terms of the very emerging right now impactful situation with law, AI, and what we do in the Caribbean, we're not insulated from it. Not because we avoid it means that it's not going to be here and it's not going to affect us. We are going to be part of it. We had Cambridge Analytica in our history, so deepfakes, elections, we do have to get somewhere with AI. And with this, we will discuss today where we go with it. And back to you, George.
Okay, great. Thank you, Javed, for that interesting overview. I started this discussion talking about the new world of work and what the IMF is saying about jobs being affected and Elon Musk's version of what he sees the world of work being, that there will be no jobs for us. What's your response to that? Not in terms of whether he's right or wrong, but how do you see artificial intelligence affecting the world of work? Curtis, can I ask you to give us that?
Sure.
And also,
yeah,
and also from the perspective, Curtis, how do we educate and retrain our workforce to make this happen in a new scheme of things?
Yeah, actually, thanks, George. Thanks. I was just going to tell you that I have to put on my educator's hat for that. I think this moment in artificial intelligence is the greatest moment for universities. And I'll tell you why. Universities traditionally have not looked at retraining as an option, right? They have left that to community colleges and the community departments within the universities. But I think this is a huge opportunity for us to bring people into our universities at a time where people are looking for micro-credentialing. So instead of us looking at 4-year degree and 3-year degree, we could look at what type of skills the government needs to have to be competitive in supply chain management. What type of training does the health system need to have if there's another pandemic system? How are we going to handle interoperability between all the different healthcare systems so that the records could go into one repository and we could run analytics on top of them? That's the type of training I think that the colleagues that we have, and I would like to challenge my university colleagues, because I don't think that we could always stay in the Eiffel Tower. I think sometimes we have to leave the Eiffel Tower and come down to the man or woman on the street and ask them, how could we help? After all, many of our universities are being supported by government. So we should be always asking the government and the region, how could we help you? How could we help retrain the government system? I briefed the cabinet in Antigua and Barbuda about 2 months ago about the conference, AI conference we having in July. And I was about to leave, the Prime Minister said, Dr. Charles, how could you all help us make us become a data-driven government? Those are the opportunities that I think we have as universities. We have skilled people in all the computer science department. And I have to tell you, when I think about jobs, and I think about jobs for the future, and I think about artificial intelligence and that intersection, one of the things that come to my mind is growing up in Trinidad and seeing all those foreign consultants who are building our roads and building our hospitals and building our infrastructure, don't understand our culture, but being paid big bucks. I hope that the work that we're doing at Five Islands and the work that Dr. Gosine is doing in training those PhD students in artificial intelligence and the work that Chris is doing, I hope that we could basically build an army of our own experts who will understand from internally the Caribbean nature and culture, so that the data that we train these models on will be data that is inherent of the context of the Caribbean. So I am very excited that, yes, we're going to lose jobs, but we have an opportunity to retrain. We don't have to wait until that train hits us. We know statistically when we're going to lose the amount of jobs. So one of the things that we did at Five Islands campus is to develop a lifelong learning center. And we hit the streets and we talk about what type of artificial intelligence training you need, what type of analytics training we need to do for the government. When we have the conference in July, the first day is dedicated to a deep dive into generative AI. And that is for the government agencies and that's for the school system. So we have an opportunity to retrain. I don't want people to be scared about the fact that we're losing jobs. We have always lose jobs. When we went from the donkey cart to the car, we lost jobs. When we went from oil to electricity, we lost jobs. But we have always been able to retrain. And I think that's what excites me about the fourth industrial revolution and the fifth industrial revolution that's upon us, in terms of how do we train our people to be competent in this artificial intelligence field, and how does the Caribbean not be left behind? I think as an educator, my biggest concern is that the Caribbean is left behind in this revolution. And I'm going to do everything I could do as an educator and as a researcher to make sure that I do my part. And I know my colleagues on the panel will as well.
Thank you, Dr. Curtis. Craig, you want to take a shot at this?
Okay. So on the body, I'm leading the education sector. Also leading the youth and all the things that are involved in that for AI. What we have determined is that in order for any country or any state, any region to play in this AI game, you need three things. You need data, you need talent, and you need some sort of infrastructure, some sort of compute resource. Even if you have that, you can't play in the game if your ecosystem does not exist. If we don't create the jobs, if we educate people and we don't create the jobs, we are going to be in a big issue where we have brain drain happening. So we have to tackle this simultaneously. One of the things that we were looking at is, well, we need to edify everyone, especially we need to capacitate our policymakers. They are very important now. We also need to educate at the low-skilled jobs. That when I say low-skilled, I mean things that are not technical-based. So we need to get people more involved with using these generative AI tools to increase the productivity. We are seeing North America they have productivity increases of 5 to 10%. We need to also be able to compete with that. We need to increase that point as well. Very importantly, extremely importantly, we need to create our own models. That has to happen immediately. That is probably the one thing that we need to do now. If we create these models, If we get the data to create these models through whatever sort of collaboration that we need, and we could talk about the data at a different time. But when we do these kinds of things, we do contextualize, we take our own problems and we solve our own problems. It means that we increase the human capacity that we have in our region, and we are able to insulate our niche industries from being attacked from outside regions where they try to, the economies don't mix. So we could take something like very simple. We could take something like agriculture. We have a big booming agricultural sector. Let's let AI be the platform for that. Let's take tourism. Another thing that we have been seeing working is that if a region, if multiple nations work together where they collaborate on the data, although the data is not the same, it's going to be statistically the same. If the nations collaborate together in the data and we are able to solve our or promote our niche industries, the larger organizations are willing to fund it. So then we are seeing multiple ways of winning here. The problems that we want to solve would be things that are tied with multiple SDGs. We are tackling multiple SDGs at the same time. So if you do agriculture, we are also looking at things like climate change, carbon capture. We are maybe looking at renewable energy mixed all in one, tourism, all of these things mixed in one. So, you know, we have to think about it. It's not, everything cannot exist in this vacuum by itself. We can't say, let's educate alone. We have to educate, but also build the AI ecosystem and the workforce system around that at the same time. Right?
Greg, I'm going to ask you another question as a follow-up to what you just said. The weakest link in the chain always seems to be around the politics and the policymakers. What's your suggestion about how we make that change? Half of the people sometimes they use AI as a buzzword and throw it around. They use digital transformation as buzzwords. Yeah, we're doing that. But you talk to half of them and they don't realize that they don't know what they're saying. So just on that single point about policymakers, what's your suggestion about how we go after that?
Yeah, that's a very important, well, that's extremely important, right? We need to regulate. We need to legislate. We need to build the legislature, right? What we have seen is that you need, first of all, the public perception of AI has to change. And we need to start talking about AI more in the country. If you do analysis of the country right now, you would see it's more in people who don't know about it, or maybe they don't care. It doesn't affect them. They don't care. They have the ones that think that the larger organizations are taking their data, building better systems, and they are not going to benefit at all. That's the second group. And the third group are the just the niche amounts, the small amounts of them who are building these systems or following these trends. We need more public discussions on this, more forums, more showcases of how the public can benefit. With that is how we start to have these discussions around the policies and what the policies should happen. It is happening at a very regional level, it is. But some countries are ahead than ours, than most, right? Jamaica is one they are moving quickly ahead. They have started an AI task force. I think it's Dominican Republic. They have started spending money inside of these AI systems. So,
okay,
yeah.
Good. Javed, your perspective?
Yeah, I'm happy that you brought up Davos and their statistics. The 40% is, I think, global. And that's for, if we break down the statistics, we don't want to just run with it because then I have another statistic for that statistic. And then it's 60% in higher income countries, right? This is how AI will impact it. The 40% in the global market, the emerging markets, which is like Brazil and India. However, MIT came out with another study recently after the Davos, saying that there will be displacement, it will be substantial, but it will be gradual. And then when you look into what will happen thereof and how the uptake of AI, remember, AI is not something you could just implement tomorrow. There's cost into implementing AI. In terms of like, if you want to implement AI in the public sector, and of course there's illegal ramifications of implementing AI, which will going to take cost. And the uptake for that in the global markets and in the emerging markets and countries like ours, like Trinidad and Tobago, and the Caribbean and the region, the infrastructure will cost a lot. So it will be slow, it will be gradual. But what that gives us, gives us the benefit here that just like what Craig is saying, now we have to start, we have to go hit the ground, let people know, educate. And how do we build a resilient workforce for the future? We start with our curriculum in school, something as simple as that. I have a friend where they are teaching their young one coding, simple coding things coming up. And something like that, is upskilling and diversifying. But there are certain jobs that would not be lost. A nurse taking care of me in the hospital, AI is not going to take that person's job. There are certain jobs that will remain, and I think I would have said this on the forums as well. We don't want to generate that fear. And I know in Davos, when they came up with the statistics, and it generates the fear, but what the fear does to us is hinder the progress. AI could be used in so many ways to innovate and to progress, and even in the health sector. And we're built on tourism in the Caribbean, right? And when we think about what AI could do for tourism, a simple thing as having a chatbot interact with persons of different languages, giving information, can access the information, create choice. And when you have that choice and you come to the Caribbean, you enjoy yourself, because not everybody's going to know every single language, so certain things like that, helps with how you make a resilient workforce and to leverage AI to benefit the economy. Because I know in one of our forums that we've been on, Caribbean ministers expressed that if AI takes jobs, then it takes away the consumption in the economy. So then there is nobody's consuming, there's no money spending there, you create this gap. But I think, no, don't look at it in that way. Look at it in that we can use it. We can utilize it. But it's going to be gradual, but we have to start. Just like Craig said, DR, Dominican Republic, has their strategy. Jamaica has their technology laws and with their data protection act and everything. But with AI, we will get there, but we have to start and in our country as well, in our region, and we'll get somewhere.
George, if I may add something to the discussion.
Sure, Curtis.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that's missing from this piece with the job loss is that we're also going to have job gain, right? I mean, I listened very attentively to the panel just before us here, and these young people were talking about, entrepreneurship. The reality is that government are not the people who drive artificial intelligence in North America. Artificial intelligence is driven by Silicon Valley. It's driven in Taiwan by Taiwanese government that helps them in terms of entrepreneurship. But I think one of the things that we need to do in the Caribbean as well is to champion entrepreneurship, and we don't do that in our schools. I am a huge student of what is happening in China. When China lost to the Go Championship to DeepMind, Xi Jinping made a declaration that by 2025, China would be on par with the United States in terms of artificial intelligence. By 2030, he will surpass. China is on par to be right there with the United States next year. You're talking about within 4 or 5 years. And one of the things that generates that is that the students coming out of their schools are like a pipeline of entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs coming out of computer science program, coming out of IT programs, getting funding to develop their industries. So I am encouraged the fact that, yes, we're going to lose jobs, but yes, we also need to encourage entrepreneurship. I would like to see more students coming out of UE from computer science program, from IT programs, from business programs, etc., developing industries and want to go out there and develop companies while they're in school, just like what these young people do in the US. I mean, there is nothing, I think the only difference I see between our young entrepreneurs in Trinidad, in the Caribbean, and in the US is that in the Caribbean, no is a taboo, or failure is a taboo. I mean, if you fail when you're growing up, your grandmother might pelt the shoes and hit you behind the head. I mean, with these young guys in Silicon Valley, you fail and you get more money. So it's a cultural difference. But inevitably, when you look at what is happening in China, those technology schools are producing a series of young entrepreneurs who then creating more jobs for those jobs that's going to be lost. So hopefully we could see more of the universities producing entrepreneurs and creating industries and hopefully see the UN as well, bringing in money and venture capital so that these young people could get funding to start their companies.
Great. Thanks, Curtis. From the discussion and where we seem to be heading, yes, we need to worry about job loss, but we also need to start working from now to what's the alternate. For those of us who have been on the planet for a while and carry the same color here like Patrick and myself, in 1981 when the first IBM PC came out, we were all worried, or our peers told us, oh, people are going to lose their jobs and computer will do everything and we'll print less paper and all that stuff. We've proved them wrong. We've hired more people because they've had to train differently.
Yes.
We're still producing huge amounts of paper, even though we have computers and electronic storage for that. So my personal opinion is that we will have to retrain our citizens, our Gen Zs, in the new way of doing work. One of the comments that I heard recently, and you alluded to it, Javed, is parents teaching or exposing their children to coding at home. But now we're being told that, of course, they don't have to do that anymore because artificial intelligence will do the coding for them. And that's fine. Somebody has to manage all of those kinds of things and processes. So that's why I go back to my original question. When will it be too late for universities and colleges to start retraining or getting their students ready for the new world of work? Craig? And this goes back really to the it has to come from the top. Do we make a decision to build more roads, fix roads, stop burning of tires, and do we allocate those funds? Those kinds of areas.
Yeah, okay. I think Javed and I have been on a couple of panels. We have been...
I was not there, sorry.
With the policymakers themselves, and we have been having to battle with a couple of them who just can't, it's a difficult thing. Okay, so in most of my conversations, especially with representatives from other countries, we get to understand we get to understand what's happening. We get to understand the mind frame and where they are thinking and what is happening, right? They have so much problem, right? Like that much problems, right? They have this much resources. What they see is how can I out the fire that is directly in front of me, right? That is most SIDS, most small island developing states. That is what they are seeing, and this is what they need to do. Then cyber attacks happen. What happened to us then? Well, we had to start creating policies in cyber. We had to start strengthening our own cyber infrastructure. And then you started seeing money moving in that region, right? UNDP started putting money in it. IADB, all of these guys started funding it. AI is going to be the same thing, right? We are going to, if we are going to continue with this and maybe not invest as much or think about the strategies that we need to implement now, then it's going to be a case where we act reactively to a problem that has hit us that we now have to fix. But the problem is with AI, we may not be able to fix it because you see the difference is AI is transformative in all sectors. And so all sectors become weakened if we don't approach it now. Yeah.
Good. Javed, anything to add?
You're asking about, what can make us resilient? What's going to happen? And build any roads, fix any potholes. Are we fixing potholes, or are we building roads, or are we building trains? And as we say in the AI world, guardrails. I think about my time in government. I think about my time with the government and resources and where we get, and what we get from what we do, and how we get there. And just like Craig said, we're limited on resources. We look at the issue in front of us and not what is ahead of us. And from all the consultations that I've had with the region, I would have seen that, yes, we're concerned. Yes, these things are happening, but how do we get there? And how do we manage the resources? Do we hire external consultants who are not aware our dynamics in the Caribbean, or how do we approach it? So I think it's even to that level where we are now. How do we approach it? Yes, there's some technical, and yes, there's some experts in the field, but we need more resources in that way, the brain resources to help us with the capacity to get there. And I know my government ministers, and the will is there for some, and it's just the know-how and to get to that point. And we're getting there. We will get there. We have our brothers in Jamaica. We have our brothers in Barbados. We will follow them. And we have in the Caribbean, we have Dominican Republic. We're seeing they're doing something. Guyana also had some, some AI things happening there. So it's happening. We're getting there, and we like the uptake is gradual, and while it is substantial, we will get there. And I look at it as in terms of like data governance, like how we have data protection and we have privacy laws, and we have a lot of things going on with privacy, and we have a lot of things going on with cybersecurity, which affects our privacy. But we will ultimately, we have to keep, it's not something, I know some people will think about it like when we get, whether it be ex ante or ex post, when we consider when do we regulate, when do we create the law, is it that we're going to do risk mitigation, or are we going to already have the risk and, or hold the developer accountable of the AI, and how do we, and the next thing is that when we use AI technology, are we using Caribbean AI technology, or are we using OpenAI? And do we hold OpenAI accountable from a Caribbean country? Is our law that powerful as well? So we have to look at, we have a lot of things to look at, but it's not a mountain that we cannot traverse and cannot climb. We will get there, but we have to keep at it. And it's not that we're flogging a dead mule. We will get there.
So one of the points that you guys made up front is that at this time we seem to be more consumers of AI technology rather than creators. And if we are not showing a valid way to move from this creation where we can drive revenue from it, or you throw it back over the wall, create it and throw it over the wall kind of thing. What's your suggestion? I know it goes back all to education at the end of the day, that we have enough resources. The Caribbean is, 5 million people English speaking, Dutch and French. And we have 11 million people in Haiti, different language, totally different needs, different wants. And one of the important points you made is that we just can't copy and paste things from abroad. I know we're trying to do that with Estonia right now, but we can't. Culturally, we're different. So there are many roadblocks along the way, and then they start burning tires somewhere, and instantly you have to shift. What should keep us on course to say, hey, we have the talent, we have the brain power. Yeah, we don't have enough resources, but start developing where we move from being consumers to creators. What's going to drive that?
I have a wish list.
Okay.
Yes, and I go all over the world saying it. And this is specific for our country. I have a wish list for our country. Right? We need short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals, right? Let me start with the short-term goals. We already talked about education, and I think that the UEs can handle that, the UTTs, they can handle that. Right? We know the importance of it, and we know that we have to create it. Here's the other one. We need to show, I also talked about changing the public's perception and having more of this discussion in the public engagement. That has to be coupled with maybe an advisory stakeholder, maybe a multi-advisory group. I don't know. Maybe something like that. What has to happen is we need representatives from different sectors who can speak to these sectors. We need people from academia, people from the industry, people from legal, politics, the sciences. We need everyone on one group who engages with the communities. I think this is very important. They engage with the communities, they engage with the sectors, and we determine what are the very quick solves that we can do right now with AI involved. The reason that we need to do that is we need to show the common man, if we invest $1 into this AI thing, how it's going to benefit him. Once we start doing it like that and having grassroots infrastructure building from that way, we can start investing in larger solutions that would help our nation move towards it. You would start seeing these needs to generate these solutions that people would use. We need people to be on board with this change. And I think that once we get there and we can perpetuate that cycle, we then create the AI ecosystem that we need, that the education system is going to be built into, that the regulation system is then going to have to come in and think about. And then when we get to regulation, I hope we regulate for AI and not of AI. We don't regulate AI itself, we regulate for AI. So I think that's where we need to invest now in those kinds of things, these solutions that have to come first and would be used in these different industries.
Curtis, what do you see all of this happening in terms of a timeline?
Yeah, in terms of timeline, I just want to add one thing to what Craig said. I mean, I've used this term when I came to Five Islands, that we have to creolize artificial intelligence. I think if we creolize it, then we could be able to reach the man and the woman in the street and the child so that they understand it and it doesn't become something that's from the United States or from Europe. I think that's the first thing. I think, again, one of my mentors always tell me that you should do multiplication and not addition. I think the second thing is that we must collaborate. You know, one of the things, as you know, the AI conference we have in Antigua in July, the whole concept of that is to bring Caribbean nationals from all over the world who are in tech to meet in one place for 2 days to talk about how do we digitally transform the Caribbean. And the third thing is that we need to understand, we need to rewire our brains about sharing. Sharing is not something we are accustomed to in the Caribbean. If you and I studying for mathematics for A levels, I wouldn't show you the problem I just solved. I'll keep the problem to myself. So sharing is not something that we have been accustomed to in Trinidad or throughout the Caribbean. So how could we begin to reimagine how we collaborate together and how do we creolize this technology so we make it relevant to the people on the street? I think if we do that, we could accelerate the timeline. You asked a question earlier, whether it's too late for institutions. I believe it's too late, but it's not lost. It's not lost. I would recall that when one of my first meetings at UE, the vice chancellor looked at me and he said, he knew I just come from Microsoft, and he talked to everybody and he said, we must get involved in artificial intelligence. If we don't get involved in artificial intelligence, we're going to be left behind. I think that was a prophecy. And I think from a prophecy from the perspective that it's not that we need to make artificial intelligence experts of everyone. We don't need to do that. What we need to do is to use this tool as a catalyst so that somebody in accounting could now come and do forensics accounting, so that somebody in business could now come and understand business analytics. So somebody in education could now come and understand sentiment analysis to do precision education. This tool, to me, is more of a catalytic tool than a tool that we use solely. I think once we are able to make it a catalytic tool, you will bring more people around the table who will understand that this could make my job much easier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Curtis. I want to switch gears a little bit now. I like to think of these technologies, the new technologies, like exciting technologies like AI, in terms of a simple Western movie that we probably all looked at some point in time, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So can you tell me from your perspective, maybe what's the good side of AI? What's the bad side of AI? And what's the ugly side of AI? And I know, Javed, you're chomping at the bit to talk about bias and ethics and all those kinds of things. But let me hear from, well, let's start with you, Javed. Let's talk about what's the bad side and the ugly side of artificial intelligence. And I know you've had some personal experiences of what you faced, a couple of examples in the Caribbean already.
Yeah, when we think about the good, bad, and ugly, AI could actually make you look beautiful, So we don't really have to worry about the ugly too much. But, when you think about ethics, and you think about ethical AI, let's, in law, we have approaches that we interpret legislation. There's a literal approach, and we look at the textual through dictionary. And if we look at what ethics are, it's morals. And where morals come from, it's the society, right? What was ethical 20 years ago and what is ethical today, it changed. I can give an example in our law, how our law transformed in Trinidad and Tobago. We had child marriages, and that was amended. Our legislation was amended, so the age of a child was raised, and this was under the Attorney General that I worked with. Another thing that I was on the JSE for, the Joint Select Committee in Parliament, was cannabis control. So, I mean, cannabis it's a whole long understanding of why cannabis was made illegal and now having to decriminalize it and, allow people to use it, but still ethics change. And what was, when we think about bias and fairness, and we think about the internet, and we think about the internet and what it was used for, what it was intended to be used for, and the outcomes of what the internet is being used for. And we have to, we experience so many wrongdoings on the internet as well. So when we think about because our overarching theme of the IGF is the internet we want, right? And the AI is affected. AI is affected by the internet. And we look back to the internet. I can give another example of law that just came into fruition in the United Kingdom, which is the Online Safety Act. We are in 2024. We just came out of 2023. We have this Online Safety Act, which criminalizes harmful behavior against children online. And there's age verifications that will now be needed. A lot of big tech companies protested against this because they said they don't want to give up this information because it's a breach of your privacy to allow this to be entered. But at the same time, if we look at the internet we want, did we get the internet we need? Was the internet always a safe space? And who made it or what made it an unethical place sometimes? While it transmits, phenomenal information and it carries so much information, my nephews, and they are so young, but the information that they're exposed to on the internet that we want they come and they tell me certain things and I'm like, wow, how do you know that? It's the internet. And they need internet that it will protect, like what the Online Safety Act in the UK is doing. So when we think about ethics, we think about all in terms of policy making, because I'm also policy maker and regulator, because to get to the regulating stage, you start with strategy, policy, regulation, right? And as serving on the Joint Select Committees, doing policy, seeing how the policy informs the regulation, the legislation, to build these guardrails into place to protect us from discrimination. I know we will talk about facial recognition. In the EU AI Act, you can't just use facial recognition. When I was in Norway, we looked at, and I know CARICOM just dealt with this as well, when we're going to talk about ethics and facial recognition, we think about lethal autonomous weapons. I mean, we almost had Essekovo versus, Guyana versus Venezuela. If we have lethal autonomous weapons operating in CARICOM, somebody send these weapons. Lethal autonomous weapons could also have facial recognition technology. Is it allowed facial recognition technology? Is it a breach of our fundamental rights and freedoms to use it? Yes, it is. The EU Act, explicitly say when you can or if you can on the grounds of public security, etc. And bias and fairness. At the end of the day, AI, black box, opaque. We wonder now, and this is what there's transparency obligations. I know I keep referring to the EU AI Act, but it's because it's the fundamental piece of legislation that is happening right now. And it's going to come in, into place, and countries have to be in the EU compliant with it. And, with the EU-US, cross-border, they will also experience the Brussels effect as well. So there's a lot of countries, and I work across those countries, so I have to be aware. The transparency obligations under Article 52, I believe, it mandates the creators of the technologies to explain the explainability of it all. And even the OECD, parallel organization to the UN here, you know, the OECD says there's also their rules about making transparency and explainability when you're building AI. And then when we get to that point as well, you know, so there are layers, and then we think about risk, and then we think about what happens after. So then ex ante, ex post, what happens before, what happens after, and then the bias and the fairness, the bias, who is teaching the AI? Where is the information coming from? And it all links back to where I started as well when we think about ethics. When we think about where the ethics are coming from, and remember that ethics are a societal thing as well. The AI is not only going to learn how the large language learning model is. You're going to feed information on it, but you can't control it once it goes on and it starts to learn more and more information is fed into it. So it's going to learn more, and it's going to be developed on greater amounts of information. And that information is not just going to be the ethical stuff that we would feed it. It would be unethical as well. So those guardrails need to be in place. We definitely start to crack on those legislation and get that policy, get that strategy, and we'll get there.
Thanks. Thanks, Sarah. You hit on some serious points there, boy. And I remember just going through my head on some of the talks that we were having. I think ethics and bias is codified in a value system of a nation or region or some space, some demography. I think in terms of the risks, I think that's what happens. The risks is what we look at when we talk about ethics and bias and these kinds of things out of AI. One of the major things that we have, and I think that we need to recognize is that the UN does not create a body just for so, right? The last one they created was, well, IPCC. Climate change was one. The one before that was atomic. They are creating one for AI. These things that they create were existential threats. So if you look at it, they're thinking maybe AI is something, it could be something like that. How trustworthy is AI, right? You know, when we get to AGI, what is going to happen then as well? So I wanted to put that point there as well, because this is something, we talked about the ugly, right? This is one of the uglies that might come out of it. Yeah, ethics, bias, these things are really built into our, I remember having a conversation with one of these companies, right? This was in the beginning. And I was like, well, you know, this is biased. The data is biased, right? And bias meaning that we are not represented as a people in their data sets, their larger data sets. So that the obviously solution was, they asked was, well, give us the data. So then I went looking for the data. We don't generate as much data as required for their larger systems. That is our major issue. So it's, how do we get to that point if we do want to be represented in the global AI space? You know, or maybe we just contextualize and build our own AI systems and let them use it. UN is now producing AI. They may produce the AI for good ecosystem. So, you know, we can probably look at that, but yeah.
Can you give me a couple of examples based on your perspective of where AI has been good in terms of my Western movie?
Sure. Thanks for that. I think, I mean, I'm an AI evangelist. I mean, you probably wouldn't hear me talking about the awful parts of AI. I happen to believe that the best parts of AI outweighs the bad parts of AI. I happen to think that it is probably the greatest time to be alive. You, as an entrepreneur, could compete with any large organization if you have the right programmers. We are seeing that right now with OpenAI. OpenAI is a small company that took two of the DeepMind programmers that developed their model and took Google off guard. Even the person who were those two programmers, professors and mentors, were taken off guard. So for me, small is really attractive right now. So the good for me is that if you have the capability, the program capability, and you have the resources, and you have a good idea, you could get the funding, right? So I think that's a great part of any business could be more competitive if they use AI. I think, unfortunately, the bad parts and the ugly parts is what we probably haven't talked about here today, is the lack of the democratization of artificial intelligence. We are talking about artificial intelligence. We have on our jackets, we have on our suits, but the people probably in Toko or way back in the bush, Maraval, or well, Maraval is not the bush, but there are people all over. Sorry, Maraval. There are people all over. It's been a while I haven't been home, but there are people all over in different remote areas that has no internet connections. And hear us talking about AI. I'm going to wonder whether this is going to leave me behind, or whether I'm going to even have an opportunity to be competitive in this field. One of the things that Microsoft did for farming, for remote farmers, was to create a system where you know, when we were young and you had a rabbit head television and you couldn't get channels and you put the foil on it. They're using the signals that are unrecognizable to promote, to transfer signals to farmers in remote areas. I think those are innovations that we have to come up with solutions for the people who are left behind. AI cannot just be for the people who are well, to the people who have a good education. If we want to be successful in the Caribbean, the 45 million people in the Caribbean, we have to come up with a strategy to leave no one behind. And that is going to take government initiative to basically come together. I don't know if CARICOM could come together to do that, but governments have to come together to understand that, look, it is unfair to have this technology that is so pervasive and so transformative and have a large portion of your community who are underprivileged and disenfranchised without access to internet connection and without access to this technology. I think that's the bad and the ugly.
Great, thank you, Curtis. Switching gears a little bit, or maybe drilling down a bit into this bias. We've all heard the stories about the incidents in Amazon with the HR and hiring of, there was a bias towards hiring men in Amazon rather than women, all because of an algorithm that was based on a data set that they already had, stored information on. And most of the people back then, 10, 15 years ago, tended to be men. So when they ran that AI algorithm, there was a bias towards hiring men in Amazon as against hiring women. Now, that leads us to a different kind of issue, because I'm not sure how many of you kind of fill out forms from the US or even parts of England, and they ask you what race you are. You can't say Caribbean, you can't say Trinidad. You have to, in my case, I always have to say East Indian, because they don't have us listed as a race. So how do we go about filling that gap? I know you said, Craig, that we've got to start building our own system. Give me some feedback on what is that facial recognition? It doesn't recognize our faces in a USB face. How do we fill that gap? What do we need to do?
We need to incentivize generation of data, and we need to have policies for it. I think that Prof tried to do it, I remember, some years ago, with open data sets.
Open data, right?
I was there with the whole movement in 2012, and we tried to do it around the Caribbean, try to do open data strategies, have multiple events on what it should look like, and it didn't really work out. I think that it's time for the policymakers to get involved now, because we did try incentivizing it in those ways. You see, it's really important to note what, I think we have to point out what the risks are and what is happening around the world when we don't do these particular kinds of things. I don't know how else, I don't know which voice should push that. I know that the CTU is doing things with AI, some of them. So I know things are happening. We as well, at least at the 33, well, as some of the representatives of the 33 nations are trying to also do things to push that talk, that connections and discussions around generating data. We as a Caribbean need to come together to do this as a whole, I think. I don't know if a single nation can produce as much that we need, but statistically, the entire Caribbean can generate a large amount of data that we should be represented from that point of view.
I'll just go on from that. I just want to say, Curtis, in terms of Toko, I just saw these two young men on social, a young guy and his dad, in the fishing industry, fresh fish from Toko. AI is not going to take the fish from us.
Right.
The thing is that when we just using that example, not you're not leaving anybody behind, and not everybody has to be on AI, but it surely does assist a lot of people in, because if you look at the demographics of the working sector and where the employment are, but I sure want my fresh fish from Toko, from that young guy and his dad. It looked real good. But
the AI can help them improve the supply chain management.
We don't want to overfish. Craig here is with the SDGs as well, so he knows a thing or two about that. And so when we think about fairness and bias, I think about my constitutional freedom. I know we have a long debate about constitutional reform in Trinidad and Tobago. In our region, we think about constitutional freedom and rights enshrined and rights encroached. We talk about, today we spoke a lot about the public outreach and where the people can put the pressure, because we educate them to get to that level. And there's this my Latin is not good, but there's this platitudinous Latin phraseology, and you all may know where I'm heading, which is vox populi, vox Dei, where it is the voice of the people is like the voice of God.
Yeah.
And in my time with in my tenure with the government, I can't see where the people do have the pressure, and they put that pressure, and you need something to be done. Like, I mean, I don't want, we saw cannabis was very, some people really like that. And, they wanted that to happen. And we had consultations. So we had public outreach, and we saw how many people came out, and they're like, putting on the pros and cons before we get to creating the legislation, the decriminalization. And I attended some of those consultations. This is going back to the voice of the people. And I saw where everybody came out and they had all these outreach to create legislation to allow it to be used. I go back into the bias and the fairness and the guardrails that is required in our law. I know from when we created, we started with before me, they started with the cybercrime bill. And then they went, with the Attorney General, Faris Al-Rawi. He really, he was strategic in how we approach the direction for cybersecurity and, and where we go with it. But, you don't have to create, we didn't see it as creating, and this is what Australia is doing, this is what Canada is doing. You don't have to do like the EU and create this entire new legislation. You could have some sort of enforcement through various arms of legislation that exist, but ultimately the regulation that we would need for the to prevent the bias and to have fairness. And I'm working with a USA organization, Dynamic Management Services, and they're also working on the ground with public sector and private sector to assess these AI technology to see the results and the guardrails that were safely implemented to protect fairness principles. So those are other things that could play a part in that, right? You have this audit of the decisions. But when we get into, we're thinking about the risk after the fact, and then we look about investigating that as well. We trip intellectual property law as well. And this is what the US was thinking. I think it was Senator Blumenthal, or there was another senator. I know Senator Blumenthal had this bipartisan committee, but they were proposing licensure. Because if you license the technology, license the AI, then you could investigate it, because you could open it up to investigation, because then you open it up, people are aware of your secrets, but your secrets are licensed. So then thereby you can have the investigation. And would the EU consider something like this as well? But licensure also open pathways to other considerations. So there are many ways of approaching it, but what I would recommend for the Caribbean is that we can start with certain laws and get there. Like I talk about constitutional freedoms. And, like if something happens and it breaches our constitutional freedom, we're not going to court and bring say you just breached my constitutional rights. to get to that point with AI, it will have to have a certain law to hinge it upon. And who we hold accountable, is it the company, which part of the chain, who created AI, who created the LLM, at that part of accountability.
Good. Thank you, Javed. I want to go back to, I'm all for what you said, but I have a real concern about timeline. Because, I'm afraid that AI, it will come past us and get ahead, and we again, as has been our experience and our history, we are last to join the band, kind of thing. You look at data privacy, we've had the laws on the books for so far, other countries have had it, they have gone into their version 1, 2, 3, 4 of original data privacy laws, and yet we are still so far behind in certain things. So I have a concern that AI will be the same for us. By the time we get the regulations and the policies in, all our data is gone, or we have no way of trapping the new things, and there's no privacy to protect us. What your thoughts?
Yeah.
I think that's to do with the timeline. How do we get
to that point of actually, having this tangible, result?
Yes.
Again, I go back to, and then what Craig said earlier on, we look at the fire that's in front of us, to extinguish it. We talk about data protection, right? My time again with data protection and using GDPR and using the Commonwealth model data protection and to transform our legislation. But how do we get the legislation there into Parliament? How do we get the legislation to be passed, like Jamaica with their Data Protection Act, like Barbados with what law they have? How do we get to that point? Well, that point is layered, is government, people, and the people of the people and what they want at that point in time. Because, and as well as, my former Attorney General, Faris Alvari will always say, there's always a constitutional majority, and then you have to debate this in Parliament. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved. We don't just go out there and create law. We have to consult. We have to, there's processes. But the division exists. Under that AG that I works with, the division existed. It is to manifest the vision, to create it, and the amendments are there. The law is there. It's just to go to Parliament and have that will of everyone to create it. So, it's not a, in Jamaica, why did we get the Data Protection Act? If we look at how the government passed it, what the debates were, if we look at Hansard, where they record the parliamentary debates, and we see how the debates flow and why they reached the point, it's because they wanted to get to that point. So that's how we get to that timeline. I can't say, February 2025, Trinidad and Tobago, AI, Artificial Intelligence Act, proclaim that will, we have elections before that, so I can't really, but that timeline I can't give.
Okay, we will not go there. Just as a factoid for you, the IGF that we had 5 or 6 years ago, in which we invited the government to come speak to, was something called the Caribbean version of GDPR. So it was called CDPR. And that was the theme of the event, and which we said, rather than each country developing its own GDPR regulation, and they're all doing subsets of it at this point. Why don't we just have a Caribbean DPR? And it never flew because it went to the government, we gave them a paper, it just died. But I think those are the kinds of things that we need to start doing, as you said, getting private sector, getting all of these bodies involved in producing what the AI new legislation needs to be. Because unless we have guys like you in the Attorney General's office who have the industry experience or some exposure to it, I don't think the ministers or the permanent secretaries would have that kind of ability to judge what your priority. And I think that's where private sector and public sector has to merge and come together. Otherwise, we will never see this happening in our lifetime.
Yeah, there needs to be
some
incentive in getting everybody to start speaking at the same time. And I just want to add on to that. If it's possible, I don't know how possible it is, but if it is possible, you see, the UN is producing the Global Digital Compact. That's coming out just now. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's the whole reason I on this thing, you know, to get that done, right? That is within this year. If it's possible that we can have these conversations, and you know, digital public infrastructure, data protection, AI, all of these parts, broadband services, all of these things that are part of the digital realm could be fit into some collective, so that we can see an ecosystem across the entire Caribbean, which is harmonized. That would be like godsend. That would be fantastic. Or CTU.
Okay, great. Let me just take a point check here. Sanjay, are you looking at anything on the questions coming from the audience? Nothing as yet. So the chat sessions are open for anybody who wants to send us questions. Please do so on the web. Kevin, I saw your hand. Why don't you? I'm sorry. Okay. Nigel, do you have a question? Do you want to tell us what the question is?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you all indeed for this interesting panel on an emerging topic that not too many people know about. I heard a couple of people mention, though, that we have to make it relevant to the common man. I heard Dr. Charles use it to creolize the technology and so on. But my question would be, how do you do that? Are there some specific applications that we've identified or can identify that we could apply, or that we can develop here in the Caribbean using AI, that could bring it home to the common man, what the benefits would be, and that maybe we could find some sort of niche to get ourselves into the AI market? Are there some specific applications or areas of application that we can identify, that we can target, and maybe put some resources behind? Thank you.
Which one of you want to take that question?
Yeah, I think I did a presentation in ECLAC. We looked at discussed some of the niche industries that we should probably put funding in. But from then till now, and being on the panel and discussing things, I think that what we really need is that same multi-stakeholder advisory panel who in industry to come together to actually start to discuss. I think that is necessary before I won't say which industry we should probably put the funds in. I don't think that's wise for me to do something like that. But I think that should be something consensed that we would look at, especially when we need to codify exactly what we are looking at and how do we gauge if it's working, if it's not working, who it benefits, and getting a very positive answer from. So I think that would be my answer, Nigel. Great to see you on the yeah.
So yeah, I'll just go ahead. Trying to interpret. Sorry, Curtis.
No, go ahead.
So quick. Yeah, what Nigel is asking, I hope I'm interpreting right, is how do we have our, in this term that you're using from Curtis, creolize. You're saying that how do we get our voice? How do we get our patois into the AI? How do we create our AI? How do we become a part of the conversation? And I hope that if that's the interpretation, if I'm wrong, just correct me. But if that's the interpretation, how do we have our voice into the AI? How do we get us into the AI? I know in Queen's Hall, they would have had a AI forum about culture and the arts and how is it involved in AI. And then there's that big debate about intellectual property and art and our artistry being captured by the AI and the copyright infringement, the intellectual property infringements, and all these things that are happening there. But we want our voice to be there, right? We want our culture, we want our adaptation to it. But when we think about AI, what are we thinking about? Who is using it? What are we using? So if we think about, we want to be captured in Siri. We want Siri to know about Patois. We want Siri to know about Jab Jab. We want Siri to know about Juve. It will feed off the internet that we want or the internet that we need. And it will get that information. But to have our voice in it, we really have to put, and through Craig, through the advisory, through the UN, we get our voices through the international organizations. And remember, when we think about how we are impacted by the international, to bring it down into our level, we're affected by Meta, we're affected by WhatsApp, we're affected by all the privacy rules that are happening there. When Meta just changed their policy, I don't know if my Meta is, my Facebook is attached to Norway right now, and it updated the policy where you have to pay for your privacy, something like that. So, it's something similar to where you pay for that, and they were offering some pay service like that. And, is it that when those policies come out, is it generalizing us as in the Caribbean, and are we affected by those big conglomerates? But if there's AI specific to the Caribbean and we want our voice there, definitely we can go to them and say, this is what is happening. This is what we want, adapted for us. Because if it is that Google Maps could send the vans around in Trinidad and going through the roads and we have Street View and, they can capture all of that. Definitely we can get our voice heard into these big conglomerates. It's our will, our power, and our government's power and our government's right to be a part of the conversation.
So we're working with the tourism, the Ministry of Tourism, and like Craig mentioned, you have to do this with industries. And every year in Antigua there is, and probably in Trinidad as well, there's the Restaurant Week. So Restaurant Week, you have discounts and you go to and try different foods. One of the things that we have in talks with the Tourism Authority is to have AI in Tourism Week. So AI in Tourism Week would be the immersion of AI in several aspects of tourism that not only the visitors would be immersed in, but it's something similar to Restaurant Week that brings in the community into something, an industry that is the #1 industry in the country. So whether it is the shipping industry, whether it is in the eateries, whether it's in the flora and fauna of the country, what we want to do is to be able to bring that to the people on the street. And that, and again, when you talk about creolizing AI, that's the type of example that we're talking about. What are the low-hanging fruits in which we have an existing infrastructure that we could embed AI in it to introduce it to the community?
Good. We have a question from Kevin. Kevin, could you come up front so we could get you on camera? So we could always hold you for what you said against what you said against the government.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I have some theory.
You're well protected.
Kevin Swift and from LACNIC, but speaking on my own behalf. I know we used to do this in IGs long ago. I had a comment and then probably a suggestion as to how we treat with this creolization idea of AI. So the comment starts with a sort of societal reflection. I think we have a serious case of cognitive dissonance when you think about how we approach things. So for many of us in the room, we are part of the converted, we know parts of the argument, and it makes for a very good narrative. I don't think that the decision makers that we have, although they hear it and it sounds nice, it really affects their daily lives. And I'll take the example of what transpired last Monday with the traffic situation in Trinidad and Tobago. So if you are part of the armed forces or a government director and you have your PBR pass, you would not have been subject to the hours of backlog that happened. So if I'm not disturbed or inconvenienced in any sort of way, then there's no real need for me to act. And I say so, and let me state this categorically. This is not a plug for another Caribbean leader, but legend has it that Prime Minister Motley was returning from an international meeting and saw a huge pileup and chaos at the airport. and inquired as to why this pileup occurred, and it dealt with the processing with immigration and such. And she convened a meeting with the relevant ministers and heads. And as of, I think, 1 or 2 years now, to enter into Barbados, you enter your information online before you land, and you literally can land and leave the airport within 2 or 3 minutes if you don't have to collect your luggage. And it really just dealt with the will at that time, seeing a problem and approaching it in a particular way, because she was at least moved by the situation, saw it was an inconvenience to others, not her directly, and decided to act. So there's that dissonance part that I think we have to address. You know, if we are all comfortable, if we are literally able to eat our food, then not hungry. So that's something we have to work on society. The other part that I want to talk about with creolization, past SG Lewis attempted an activity in touch and feel for ICTs called Futurescape. And I'll be quite honest, I felt as if Futurescape was a wonderful initiative, which we could probably do it over a couple of times. So what Futurescape was, I have been now at these ICT forums all of my professional career. Futurescape had people touch and feel ICT. So it moved looking at an e-court situation from the theoretics of e-court and the principles to seeing e-court in action, where you actually had your judge, you actually had an electronic docking system, you had everything physically there, and you as the audience were able to literally see the benefit of why this is important. And I think if we're able to extend that to Joe public, to do things of that nature, instead of talking above them or talking about things and they say, oh, those are nice ideas, having them able to experience it. Call it a fair in Woodford Square if you want. Those are some of the measures that we need to sort of really domesticate these ideas on the one hand, and then have people express at that time, I have a problem with, and probably, you know, you do a matching exercise then. That's how the creolization really happens. So it's just an idea. One is a cognitive dissonance, and I guess all of us have it. Mm-hmm. And then the other one is, you know, touch and feel. I mean, it may sound like really just basic things, but I needed to just, I was sitting there and I was listening to all of the comments on creolization. I'm a fan of creolization, and Futurescape is something I really thought we needed to remind the crowd about.
Great. Thank you so much, Kevin, for your interest in that. Yeah. You know, Kevin said a word there that's ICT. What we're going through with all these regulations and understanding, is that an ICT problem? You see, we are the guys, people in this room especially, we come from ICT technology background. And the people that we're trying to preach to or change, they're not. How do we bridge that gap? Curtis.
How do we, you know, when Apple, the example I would give is that, I don't know if, well, we're probably close to age. When Apple came out, Apple literally had employees called Apple evangelists. And the idea was to convince all those people who had PCs, like yourself, George, to convert yourself to buying a Macintosh computer. I mean, I think, you know, I like the way Kevin phrased it, because I think that's what we have to do to bridge the gap. We have to make this. I don't know much about Futurescape, but it sounds really interesting. But to make the technology touch and feel, I think that's what we had to do. We had to break down the barriers. We have to. All of us have a role, whether it's education, whether it's the UN, whether it's government agencies. We have a role, but we also need to have some evangelists who are going out there and meeting the people and converting some souls. I mean, I think that's what we literally do. And then from an education perspective, we need to train. We need to teach differently. We can't prepare students for the future work and teach the same way that we're going to teach. We have to have different pedagogies that basically are in line with new faculty development, that make sure that our students have the critical thinking skills and the analytic skills that's going to be necessary for them to compete globally. Those are some of the things I think we have to do.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. You guys have anything to add in terms of, again, the question is around how do we in ICT, and we have the background, how do we bridge that gap with the policymakers? What's your suggestion?
I want to go with, what Kevin is saying about, Kevin spoke about the cognitive dissonance. I feel like that is so pervasive that we can't solve the crime problem, It's like cognitive dissonance does play a part in, but it is that we, why I really, it's, as Kevin said, it's not plugging Barbados, but I really do admire how Mia Mottley, Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Mottley, runs Barbados. I mean, some people, may not, they'll be like, wow, she's on the ground. She's tackling the issues. She is the person to be like that. She is the person to see, I went to Barbados a couple of months ago, and I saw those machines that you enter your data and you get the ticket and I was passing through Barbados and I was like, wow, it is. She did a phenomenal job and then we, her, not to go on about her, but when she spoke about AI at the UNGA last year, she was talking about what they can do, what the Caribbean can do. She also talked about reparations. And, it is that affirmative sort of, the will, again, the government and the motive. And, and Kevin mentioned the touch and feel of the technology. I would love the metaverse to come to Trinidad as well, and that the AI plays a big part. And later I'll express some comments on that from the UK as well. But that's how I see, in terms of where we get to that point,
Again,
Just two small points to add to that. I think the body has agreed that capacitating the policymakers is of prime importance. What we see is policy lag. ICT changes very quickly. Policy is very slow to catch up. Then we keep having to edify the policymakers all the time on what is happening all the time. And this is the cycle that we are currently in. So I think that better metrics and better ways of edifying these guys is what is important. And then the same thing that we discussed before with the public and the private partnerships coming together to discuss on what the policymakers should do.
Okay, guys, do we have any questions coming in on the chat that we need to answer? Anybody? We're coming down to the last 4 minutes of our panel session. So I'm going to have anything, Demise? Yes, please. You want to come get a mic so you can get it recorded? Please. I know how you hate to be in the limelight.
Rodney Taylor, where he has vocalized his support for the sentiments by Kevin. Said Futurescape was a good demonstration of what is possible in the Caribbean. Unfortunately, we continue to lag behind the other regions of the world, so we need to put our minds together and consider new approaches.
Okay. Thank you, Sanjay.
You're most welcome.
Can we have the mic back, please? It's wrap up time, guys. We have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to give you a minute each to give us some parting comments. So where do we take this discussion next, maybe? What should we consider about? Curtis?
Yeah, so we take the discussion to Antigua.
That's a good plug, Curtis.
That was a nice setup. Look, Antigua.
We are going to circulate your invitation that you sent me.
Yes.
Book, so you should have some followers there.
Thank you. So July the 8th to the 10th, we're going to be, Craig is on the opening panel, the opening keynote speaker. I didn't intend this to be slanted Trinidadian, but it just ended up, when I look for tech, it just ended up in Trinidad. The opening keynote speaker is Dr. Fuller, who you all are very familiar with, who's Vice President for IBM Automation. And then we have the Vice President for AI and Machine Learning from GlaxoSmithKline is one of our second keynote speaker. And then the Provost of Harvard is going to be talking about digital transformation, is another keynote speaker. It's going to be an opportunity for us to really get together and solve some of the problems. One of the things we're trying to do as well, and Craig, you might be able to help us, we're trying to make sure that we in tune with the revenue revolution of the university as well. So it's a UE initiative. So what we're trying to do is to say that, look, before we have the panel, look at each panel, each focus, whether it's climate change. Is there a funding source out there that this panel could help us put a proposal to go after? That's sort of like the revenue revolution piece. But we're going to be focusing on, in parallel to the panels, we're going to be focusing on AI in the arts and performing and fine arts. That's going to be simultaneously, and we sort of like think that's the sort of like artsy piece. But it's going to, we look for your support. And if you want to come to us, there's going to be a portion online, but there's nothing like being on ground on campus or at the hotel that's next to us. So we'll get more information. As I said, George, thank you so much for sending this out. And I really appreciate my colleagues being on the panel with you today, and George and everyone else, and for inviting me today.
Right, great. Thanks a lot, Curtis. You have my commitment that we will send the ad out to our networks.
Thank you.
Encourage participation. Your final words, Craig?
Thanks. Again, I thank everybody. Thanks for being on the panel. Thanks for everybody for coming out and listening. I think that I want to reiterate collaboration. That is very key for our region, and reaching out and talking, and let's get some stuff done. I will be seeing you there, because in July, we definitely will be doing some stuff.
Awesome.
I just want to make sure that everyone knows that the UN body created the interim report. I would really appreciate, and in fact, the board will really appreciate if you write your comments to what you think is left out. If you feel that the Caribbean region or your nation is being left out in some way, please write your comments. The deadline is in March. So just
how do we get access to that?
It's on it's on UN's website. So you just type in UN High Level Advisory AI Body, and you will see our interim report. I can send you the link, and you can
please, so we can post it. Thank you so much, Greg.
In summing up, AI will become the norm, just like the internet. We're accustomed to the internet. We will get there with AI. As I said, the thing where I see in the future is the metaverse. Nicki Minaj just created Gag City. They had a whole set of people joining in concerts, and we think about our we look at the generations coming up. So Gen Z, Gen Y, they all are coming into this. I see the young ones playing in the metaverse, and the things that happen there. Interpol just released a report about meta crimes and what is happening there. The assault, the grooming, there's the cryptocurrency, the illicit things that happen in the metaverse, and AI is being used in the metaverse. Can the AI police the metaverse, and AI then serve us in the way that it's supposed to? And is it a servant, or is it working alongside us to prevent what will happen in the metaverse? And just like they use the metaverse as well to actually play out crime scenes and to predict terror attacks. And this is what they were saying in this report, and to even replay a crime scene. So this is how, the future is coming. It is there. It is happening already. Doja Cat just performed in the metaverse. There's so many things happening in the metaverse. Just now, Marshall might be the metaverse. Who knows? With his Kaiso that he just released. But, and in terms of law, how do we get the government? How do we get the government to actually, and the region to get to that point? No fear. Don't worry. We will get there. Let us work. It's gradual. It will be substantial. Policy, strategy, regulation. And I'm here if you need me.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience and online, on behalf of the TTMAG, and the IGF Planning Committee, thank you so much for your participation on the panel today. Curtis, Craig, and Javed, you guys have been most helpful and most informative session we've had for a long while on this topic. So we thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. I'll ask the audience in the room at least to give you a round of applause just to say thank you. And Curtis will send you a virtual round of applause along with a virtual alcoholic drink.
Take a drink for me, guys.
To the audience, thank you so much for spending the time with us, and we'll see you at our next session. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Okay, that was indeed a very, very informative session. And the very last part, we like to get the feedback from all you viewers and everyone, even in the room. So I have a very well-informed gentleman. He really needs no introduction, but I'll still introduce him. He is Mr. Kevin Swift from LACNIC. So Kevin, and he's here to do the open forum session for us. So we have some dignitaries in the room. Welcome, Kevin.
Okay, thank you so very much. Thank you very, very much. It's a tough act to come up and say anything after a riveting AI discussion of what it means for the Caribbean and what it means to Trinidad and Tobago and our development. At this point in time with the open session, initially I had a topic that I wanted to raise, but I'm not even sure if I'll probably raise it. But you know what? Let me just get through that quickly and then we can address other things. The topic at hand, and I think Denise could probably help me, deals with internet blocking. And internet blocking, it goes by many different names. Some may call it censoring. The thing with names, depending on where you sit and the politics behind it, names could be a tricky thing. So censoring sounds bad, but filtering sounds good. In UK politics, if you had unemployment benefits, that's horrible. But job seekers allowance, oh yeah, that's pretty good. It's the same thing, at least from a technical perspective when we think about blocking. So next slide. The reason why I am addressing this is that as LACNIC, we are seeing this trend rising across the globe and right now in Latin America. And then there's potential for it to rise as well in the Caribbean under cybercrime laws when they talk about disablement of data. Disablement of data will refer to the same thing. So what exactly is blocking? It's the prevention or limitation of users from using or accessing a page or application on the internet. Next slide, please. Denise? Right. So we think it looks like this, but simple thing, you just take off a switch. Next slide. But this is what blocking actually is in reality. Is much more of a complicated process. Next slide. So next slide. Right. So there is this sort of assumption that simply with a domain, it gives us access to a website, and it's a simple one-on-one mapping. So we could probably skip a couple of slides now. Again, so just this one-on-one mapping, that's the other. So the idea, go back. The thinking then is that, okay, so if I block a domain, I'll be able to block that website and then problem resolved, correct? You could go on. But the fact of the matter is, in terms of how internet businesses are set up, a website may actually be accessible from multiple domains. So it's not that sort of one-on-one mapping that we may perceive it to be. And then when you're thinking about blocking, you're always limited by a jurisdictional scope. So it'll be a court within one country that orders blocking to occur, but does not at all take into consideration the reality of the internet, the fact that sites are set up in the cloud and across multiple jurisdictions. Next. So if you play the video, that'll be useful. All this to say that this current trend looks a lot like, anyone recognizes this game? Whack-a-mole? Right. It's an exercise in futility. Next, I really said I'm running through this quickly. And then we have this other attempt of blocking, which we look at the server where a website is hosted, and then we decide, okay, let's block the IP of that server. But click next. So, you know, problem solved. The website is there, we block the IP of the server, but in reality, next, this server hosts multiple things. It would host government websites, it would host business websites, it would host newspaper websites. So all this goes to show that it's a very, very complicated issue. And furthermore, you have servers located in many jurisdictions that will host this sort of content. This is an issue that's been popping up, and we seem not to be able to reach to decision makers to have them understand that the solutions they're looking for their problems are ineffective. And let me tell you what the flavor of the problems are. The number one issue is dealing with infringement of copyright laws on the internet. So they say, okay, let's block a website and that will solve the problem. But simply put, the infringers will find multiple ways of redistributing, reorganizing how their content is made available. And therefore, that measure becomes ineffective. But at the same time, as you see with our server example, is that you have a lot of collateral damage that occurs when you do something like that. And if for a minute we think of the internet not just as entertainment and Facebook and things that are nice to do, but we understand how it really underpins economic activity and the sort of risk to economic activity that could happen when we disable access, then we understand that we're actually getting into some very risky business. There's one caveat though, and I'm going to wrap up this right now. I think what we have global consensus on when it comes to blocking at all costs deals with child sexual abuse materials. Since the Budapest Convention, they refer to that as child pornography, and now with the new UN Convention, there's one thing that all countries have consensus on. You will try to ensure that there's no access. And of course, you criminalize the access, you criminalize the production, and you take steps in between. In those instances, what would be the collateral damage? It's somewhat of a minor inconvenience to what is the greater objective. But for what has been happening with online TV and online gambling sites and other infringements, illegal music downloading, blocking doesn't work. So I just wanted to shed light on that. As I said, it's an issue that has been popping up and it's been spreading somewhat. I'm not sure if it's going to be spreading here as yet in the Caribbean, but as I said, the field is ripe for it because of what we see in cybercrime laws. You really, when I say what we see in cybercrime laws, while we want to address cybercrime, we have to do that within the framework of what exactly are cybercrimes and therefore apply appropriate actions. So that is my plug from LACNIC, the internet blocking issue. For this open forum, and thank you so much, Demesia, you can cut it there. The idea is to create discussions on what we would have seen over the past 2 days So we had that riveting discussion on AI, but we also, since yesterday, we were talking about the ICT potential for global markets, training for digital transformation. We had the youth forum this morning. We also spoke about fintech this afternoon, and then yes, AI. Great. So I guess we'll begin right now with Rodney's comment or question.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll stay off camera. My apologies. But very good and engaging discussions so far yesterday and today. This year, 2024, as you know, is the Global Digital Compact. And I just wanted to raise the issue around internet governance in general. And of course, I mean, we will also be celebrating 20 years of hosting the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum this year as well. So the issue of internet governance is evolving. As you know, when it first started, you know, there are many issues that weren't on the agenda that now, I think there were about 300 sessions or so, the last IGF. So the issue now is, where do we go with respect to global internet governance? Whether we continue to support a continuation of the internet, the UN IGF as it now stands in its present format, how it benefits small island developing states and developing countries in general, versus this approach for a new global digital compact, and coming out of that maybe a global digital cooperation forum or something of the sort, that effectively the evolution of the IGF. And I wanted to know if this is something that the TTMAG has been discussing, if they have any views on where this is going, and if there's a plan to be involved actively in the Summit of the Future, and specifically the Global Digital Compact in September this year. Thank you.
All right, wonderful question. There's Jackie, there's a microphone right behind you. I don't know if yourself or anyone from TTMAG would like to share some views on that. So where are we going? What are we thinking about in terms of the flavor of internet governance, its evolution? Of course, you give all your caveats, you know, say it's not a binding statement, but
I guess the chair has motivated me to say something. So this is Tracy Hackshaw, one of the TTMAG directors, representing IEEE and last year's chair. So in terms of the Global Digital Compact, the TTMAG, as you might be aware, did attempt to try and have a consultation on this at IGF 2023, TTIGF 2023. The take-up was not as, let's say, as didn't get as much traction as we would have liked. However, we did support the Caribbean IGFs / CTU's submission on the topic, which I think went up, I believe, mid last year. It went up in mid to early to mid last year. So we did support that, and we have been participating in the Global IGF, representing the views of small and developing states, and again trying to raise those voices. One of the things that I think we would like to do this year is, I'm speaking and not speak out of turn, is to try and keep that open forum going and have a consistent plan for the IGF to be properly intersessional, so that these topics like the GDC and the Pact of the Future, which I was just reading on my email actually earlier and fell asleep while I was reading it, that we received actually today. I think there's a draft that came out today, that we should probably take a look at and try and find a way to get that information out to our stakeholders in Trinidad and Tobago and ideally the larger region. I'm not sure if the CTU has also received this document today. And the consultation, there's a virtual, so I'm just going to make the announcement here. There's a virtual consultation that I just read due for the 21st of February, where this Pact of the Future, which is the larger document that relates to the Summit of the Future, that speaks to the Global Digital Compact, is in fact being put out for this wider discussion. So I think it's something that we could take full participate fully in. What the SG has also mentioned in terms of the, I guess, the evolution of internet governance and what's happening. So it appears that there was a thrust towards some type of evolution of the IGF into either becoming an element of something called a Digital Cooperation Forum, or to itself become that entity in some way. Based on what I've read and what I understood in IGF 2023, UN IGF 2023, that proposal is no longer on the table. And the UN IGF will continue in its current format with improvements that will sort of address some of the concerns that have been, that governments have had and other states have had about the IGF's modality as a non-decision-making body. It may evolve into something a little more, not decision-making, but more of a substantive issues-based output environment, and it's been evolving that way over some time. It may also become the focal point for sort of monitoring and reviewing other aspects of internet governance and digital governance, which is a topic that we all seem to be moving towards, especially including the AI issues that have come up recently, etc. And it appears that that is happening as we speak. And if I'm not mistaken, and if I read the Pact of the Future further, it seems that that consideration is being built into documents that are being put forward to us today. So the IGF will continue in its current form, but it will evolve to something a little more substantive, well, not more substantive, but more issues-based with significantly more outputs to be addressed by member states, other stakeholders, and so on. So that will become, in the UN parlance, not strictly a Geneva approach, but also a New York type approach, which is a little more state-centric. So I'm hopeful that sort of addresses some of the issues that are being dealt with there. So we need to take a look at that, because if that's the case, the regional IGFs and the national IGFs become more important, because they're actually supposed to feed into this structure even more and become a platform for the issues of the countries and the regions within the overall, sorry, can I go forward? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm finishing now. So I forgot what I was saying, but that, yeah, thanks very much. Yeah.
All right. That was a complete, wonderful overview, and of course, good summary as to what the discussions entail and a sort of flavor of the room as well. And I think it's something that we probably have to continue conversing as a national community as to where exactly we will see ourselves. I know we have just a couple of more minutes there. I wanted to raise an issue that I think is very pertinent to us here in Trinidad and Tobago: cybercrime. Cybercrime, so just as a backdrop as to what has been occurring here in Trinidad and Tobago, there was an interministerial committee on cybersecurity, and I know there's somebody in the back who remembers that vividly, where that committee was tasked with developing the National Cybersecurity Strategy and the Cybercrime Bill. So that was a bill that was prepared since 2013. The bill at the time had some criticisms with regard to the access of media personnel to data, and it was actually criminalizing if they had gotten data by some means, although that data would have been within the public interest and therefore needed to be publicized. Let's fast forward to 2017 when there were a couple of amendments to the bill. Based on those amendments and submissions by Trinidad and Tobago to the Council of Europe, Trinidad and Tobago was then invited to accede to the Budapest Convention, the Budapest Convention being the foremost international instrument on cybercrime, both in terms of its substantive law, meaning defining what the cybercrimes are, and also looking at the sort of procedural arrangements that have law enforcement and have the entire justice process be facilitated by cybercrime legislation. So that has been happening on one front. On another front, I am sure many of you are aware of the new UN Convention on Cybercrime, which is expected to be finalized next month. What is interesting is that right now there's a joint statement that's being circulated by civil society with about 19 signatories and over 80-something other organizations supporting, which severely criticizes this new international instrument on cybercrime. And it says that the rights of people are not going to be respected simply because the instrument leaves these very broad interpretations as to what crimes are. And the problem that you have with broad interpretations is that whereas you may use an interpretation to specifically address an issue that's happening now, authorities with bad intentions could misuse those same provisions to carry out things like censorship on people, to lock up their political opponents, etc. So my question or query for the room is, where are we and what do we feel about cybercrime in TNT? Is it that we need to achieve cybercrime at any cost, cybercrime legislation at any cost? Or what are some of the concerns you think from your own observations that have been creating obstacles for us to have cybercrime legislation passed here in Trinidad and Tobago? And I'm not calling on Javed because he's too close to that. Anyone else, your take on cybercrime? We know last year was fun in the media. I'm not even going to rehash all of that. It was fun in the media what was happening in Trinidad and Tobago. What is your take on cybercrime? What needs to be done? What are the first 3 steps? That was a mouthful I gave, I know. A summary in 4 minutes. Okay, possibly a comment from the back, Ms. Sohan. Any reflections on TNT cybercrime situation? All right, so this is the instruction for the folks in the room. Sorry, I didn't understand you at all, Demi. So everyone, folks online, this is Ms. Anita Sohan, who's from TTMAG.
Hi, Kevin. Hi, everyone. You take me back to a decade ago, more than a decade, actually, because that process when we started drafting the cybercrime bill was probably 2011. 2012, we had a first draft. I think the main challenge, at least from my perspective now, is the government buy-in, because when we did that draft, better now? Okay. Yeah, so when we did that draft, we had extensive consultations with different sectors, including civil society. I think we sent it out to the media as well, telecoms, ISPs, private sector, a lot of government agencies, and then went to Parliament, had the whole issue, as you mentioned, with the media coming back, redid the draft, and things just fell apart because I don't think there was a push. There was nobody within government to really drive the process and to really fight for it and champion it. And then I think there was also a lack of understanding from politicians as well as to the importance of it, because I guess, as I think somebody was mentioning earlier, we understand I guess the role of technology and what it does. But certain people, you have to sell that and sort of get the buy-in and, show them what is the benefit. What is the benefit to business? What is the benefit to government? Maybe it'll come up now. See, now we had all these hacking of government websites, but I think we really need to focus on that high-level buy-in. Not just, you and I know it's needed, but the persons that really need to get it done and to get it implemented. That's my 2 cents.
Hello, right, wonderful. And that's an interesting perspective. I mean, the whole idea of buy-in. Do we need more attacks? What again? It's an interesting question for us here as a community, because I think you're starting to feel the pinch and understand. Probably, I think if we start to see a lot of the financial impacts of that, I mean, which could be direct stealing to the loss of opportunity, probably those sort of figures make more sense to people to actually do. And in particular, when it comes to passing legislation, make sure everyone who has a responsibility for passing legislation actually takes up that responsibility and uses it in a particular way. So any other views on that? No?
Thank you, Kevin. Nigel Casimir from CTU. I don't have a specific answer for you because you were talking about the first 2 things and that sort of thing. But to me, there will always be this balance that one needs to strike between the provisions that you put in the law and the freedoms of people, right? And it might be that for something like cybercrime and cybersecurity, well, I would say so for cyber crimes, for you to be able to track down and so on, you may need to have provisions in there that allow you to, in theory, violate some privacy restrictions and so on, or privacy rights, right? But if that is necessary, you need to also make sure you have relevant safeguards in there for when that is taking place, right? So if you have to do that, you have to put in, you have to codify as well the special circumstances under which this will be allowed. Sorry? Right, no mass surveillance, right? I don't know enough about what just like you went through the detail about blocking, right? I don't know enough about the details of it to be able to speak on whether or not any sort of mass surveillance would be required. To my mind, one could seek to achieve your objectives without unduly treading on the rights of citizens, right? And I think we must be able to find some models out there that could be acceptable to us here, right? I mean, the world is a continuum of countries from the most authoritarian to the most liberal. We should be able to find some sort of model in there that could be acceptable to us.
Right, there's a hand up. Yes, Rodney.
Yes, thank you. I like Nigel's response, or Nigel's intervention. I actually attended a webinar on, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, hosted by the Columbia Institute for Teleinformation under the Columbia Business School, that looked at this new UN Cybercrime Convention and the concerns about mass surveillance. Of course, there are many states now that do mass surveillance without this global convention. And there's just a feeling, though, that this will legitimize that mass surveillance for those regimes that already do it. They will strengthen their hand, as it were. There is concerns also that how far it goes in terms of the retention of data. Basically, forever, there's no limit on how long they can keep personal data without disclosing what that personal data is, and so on. And the provisions for cross-border sharing of data, even through third countries and that kind of thing. And there's also the notion that the Budapest Convention is already there. Why don't we just sign on to that? Does that not make enough provision? Maybe we can revisit that. But the fact is there's that Budapest Convention already. Frankly, I still need more information in order to advise governments really on this, because in a very few short months they're actually going to be voting on this, and there is a feeling that it's better to have a convention than, well, not to say no convention, because the Budapest is there, but it is. I mean, Budapest. I can't remember the date when it was implemented, but it's obviously dated now, and the technology has advanced significantly. But so I don't know. I mean, if you ask me today whether our member state should vote for it or not, I'm not sure. And I think we perhaps need to urgently convene. It doesn't have to be a big open webinar, but perhaps we can put our heads together and look at specific provisions and advice, because we're building relationships with our diplomatic missions in New York, even through the same Global Digital Compact. So we're strengthening the relationships there, because a lot of tech resolutions come up in the UN. And obviously, I mean, diplomats would not be subject matter experts. Our missions there are very small, 2 and 3 people sometimes, trying to manage a whole set of issues, and technology is just one. So I think it merits us to, before this thing is tabled at the UN for voting, that we have some kind of policy paper, even if it's just a 3-page, that outlines our concerns, that even if they support it, they can support with reservations, or that it be revisited before it is tabled at the UN. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rodney. And you're quite correct. Budapest was negotiated in 2001 and open for signature since 2004. Of course, some of the arguments against Budapest was that it didn't really involve the participation of many states outside of Europe. But then again, with how the convention is set up, anyone can accede to it. There is a committee that looks at new developments. In 2004, cloud computing wasn't popular. So with this committee, it looks at developments like cloud computing, it looks at ransomware, it looks at the evolution of technology, and it determines whether the provisions of the Budapest are still fit for purpose to address the common concerns. But on the other hand, the idea of a UN convention is that it will have widespread acceptance. But the convention itself is subject to a lot of geopolitics that probably our countries aren't fully aware of or are able to understand the geopolitics behind it. All right, see your comments here.
Yeah, I had to say something, the Budapest Convention, we had the cybercrime bill, and then with that, we did look at the Budapest Convention. We did the instrument for extension to the Budapest Convention here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm not sure where it is right now. We do have capacity building from the Council of Europe for the Budapest Convention in Trinidad and Tobago, and they have a lot of liaising with the Ministry of the Attorney General from when last I was there. What we did is that we take what we saw the treaties as, and what they hoped the UN treaty would do is just like what we're saying, cross-border. Because with cybercrime is not local to your jurisdiction. It is that, and we would have discussed mutual legal assistance, right? How effective is that? And this is what the treaties help. The big discussion is between China, Russia, and all these countries with the treaty and the signing. With the Budapest Convention, we already have the EU countries signatory to this, and just like everyone said, you can accede to it, you can ratify it. The Budapest, yeah. And the thing is, what I have had experience with the Budapest Convention is that they have built capacity. They allowed us to transform the Computer Misuse Act. Our Computer Misuse Act in Trinidad and Tobago, we did amend it. We did amend it according to the Budapest Convention, but like you all are saying, it's, you know, it has to be updated. But cybercrime is something that, and cyber attacks is something that is continuously updating. And beyond the treaty, beyond the both treaties, it's about resilience in our systems in our country to be continuously updated, as well as this is the hope that the treaty will bring with the United Nations, that it will continue to build capacity, continue to update. Information sharing is an integral part as well. But yeah, the Budapest Convention is helping us here in Trinidad and Tobago.
So thanks for that. Thanks very much. I like to say, you know, that's great to know, and I like to be hopeful. So I will say no further comments on that, but it's good to know that there has been that that amount of advances here, that amount of progress. And it's also important to note that the DR is a signatory of the Budapest Convention and the only other Caribbean country that's near. As I said, we're listed on the Council of Europe's website as Trinidad and Tobago invited to accede, and we have been based on the work that has been occurring from the AG's office with the Council of Europe. So I know I just have one last comment on before I hand over to Chair-elect for the closing. I think for me, it's really challenging if we think about the sort of development and the internet we want. And we see we still have a lot of the risks involved with cyber attacks. The cyber criminal elements are much more organized than law enforcement. And I will implore any of you to Google Conti, C-O-N-T-I, and see what was revealed with that. And I think as well from TNT, the whole issue with capacity to support our internet development with this huge problem we have with brain drain and such. Despite all of those things, I truly believe that with the persons here in the room and the persons connected online, that we do have the solutions to be able to overcome these challenges. These challenges aren't unique. I mean, some of them will be typical to us as a small country, and some of them go beyond just the technology sector. So it's just something to note there. The question of creolization, the question of making these things pertinent to us is where we have to come up with the innovative solutions to do so. But I do think that eventually we are going to get to the sort of progress that we want to see for what will be your critical underpinnings of the internet sector that we will want to see from Trinidad and Tobago. So I don't have much more to state here. I think this brings the close of the open forum. I'd like to thank all of you who have participated, made a comment, shed some light on issues that we would have had, you know, just a little bit of a piece of the puzzle. And without further ado, I'd like to invite the chair-elect. So thank you very much.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Morris, and I'm a director of the TTMAG and the chair-elect of the TTMAG, the current chair-elect. So I wrote it because sometimes I wanted to keep it short, and sometimes I can ramble. So as we draw the curtains on the 2014 TTIGF, I would like to offer our thanks on behalf of the TTMAG. We have had an extraordinary day and a half. I know we stretched it to 2 days, but it really was a day and a half, filled with knowledge sharing, thought-provoking discussions, and invaluable insights from our brilliant speakers and panelists. First and foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Dev Gosine, our current chair, for his engaging open remarks and for steering the ship of this forum with such enthusiasm and dedication. We are immensely honored to have had the privilege of having His Excellency Peter Cavendish, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Delegation of the European Union, give us such an impressive introductory address. Our sincere appreciation also goes out to Carol Roach, the UN IGF MAG Chair, for sharing her insights. And we'd like to thank our moderators and panelists. And yes, I'm going to call everybody. Tracy Hackshaw, Director of TTMAG, for expertly moderating the panel session on unlocking TNT's ICT potential for global markets. We are grateful to the panelists, Camille Selvon-Abraham, Vashti G. Gayadine, Neville Alexander, and Kendall Tull, for their valuable perspectives and expertise. My sincere gratitude to the panelists of the session I moderated, which was Training for Digital Transformation, Carlton Samuels, Kern Elliott, and Lorcan Camps, for the invigorating and extremely wide-ranging discussion. When we come to the Youth Forum, Dev, again, we need to thank you for your long-standing commitment to having the voice of youth in the IGF via the Youth Forum. You have been pushing for this for how many years? And it's getting bigger and better with more and more young people participating, and the youth are where we're going, the future. So thank you for making sure that we have that happen. I'd also like to thank Jarian Paul, also Director of TTMAG, for moderating the panel session on Beyond Fintech, navigating TNT's current trends towards the next financial wave. Our sincere appreciation to Wesley Gervais, Carlos Newton, and Listra Lucilio for sharing their expertise. We express our gratitude to the Trinidad and Tobago Network Information Center, TTNIC, for the partner showcase, and to all the speakers who participated in the panel session on the AI we want, where it is at and where it's headed. That is Craig Ramlal, Javed Sajjad, and Curtis Charles, and moderator George Gobin, Director of TTMAG and TTNIC. Last but not least, thanks to Kevin Swift, Head of Strategic Relations and Integration at LACNIC, for moderating the open forum on the issue of internet blocking in Latin America and the Caribbean, and as we saw, many other topics. The open exchange of ideas in this forum is crucial for addressing challenges and finding collaborative solutions. One thing I want to add, one of the things that I would like us to do in the intersessional area is figure out or ask people, what do they want to hear in the open forum? What is interesting to them? Because if you notice, the open forum was very much a little incestuous amongst us. We can't just sit in a room and talk to ourselves, among ourselves. We don't represent anyone except ourselves. We need to reach out, especially during the next year before the next TTIGF, and make sure that we get people working during that time. So when we get to the event, as Tracy keeps saying, the IGF is not an event, it's a process. So I just want to beg everyone online and in the room to remember that. Before I conclude, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our generous partners, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, Airlink Communications, the Latin American and Caribbean Internet Registry, LACNIC, the Trinidad and Tobago Network Information Center, the TTNIC, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TAT, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, in whose lovely building we're standing today, the CTU, and our gratitude to each and every participant, partner, supporter, viewer, everyone who contributed to the success of this event. Your active engagement and enthusiasm have made the 2024 TTIGF a truly memorable experience. And I would like you all to mark your calendars and save the date for the 2025 TTIGF, which will be held on the 30th and 31st of January, 2025. And thank you all. France?